Okay, good morning. I think we have a slight problem of connection with Rune, so I would start the meeting. So welcome everybody to this Earth Observation Info Day. We are going to present the opportunity under the Earth Observation Science for Society program. So in terms of the outcome of the ministerial, we've got a highly successful ministerial meeting. We got from member states, they demonstrated overwhelming support to climate and environmental action. We have got strategic relevance of Earth observation sector for climate and environment. And the climate, of course, is a top concern for European citizens, according to a latest survey. So we have got a total of 2.7 billion subscribed at the ministerial. And mainly we are going to focus today on Futureo, where we got really the highest contribution ever of about 400 million euro per year. So we've got also the Copernicus program oversubscribed, Aeolus 2 oversubscribed, and under customized EO, we have the climate space program, which is oversubscribed. We got full subscription on Digital Twin Earth. On Truth, we have continuity of activities, and InCube is, of course, well subscribed and is a scalable program. So in terms of the implementation of the program, we've got the revised implementation plan, which has been discussed with member states through a number of steps. The first steps being a workshop organized with member states in December. We had a discussion with the Science Advisory Committee at CHEO in mid-January. We had the second Future EU orientation workshop with member states for open exchange and discussing the priority in the program. And then we presented at PBO in February the Future EU implementation plan and the yearly development and exploitation plan that we are going to table to you today. So in terms of the implementation, of course, priorities, we are following the recommendation of the program review, which took place just before the ministerial in 21 and 22, with a number of objectives, clear objective, which is advance the understanding of the Earth system by the identification, preparation, selection, implementation, management, and exploitation of EO research mission. Here we are more focusing on both the exploitation and the preparation of the mission, particularly through the Sentinel user preparation element. And of course, we want to prepare the future of Earth observation in Europe, both upstream and also downstream in terms of science and application. How we work is, I think you are familiar with that. We are very close in close interaction and coordination and listening and animation of the user community. So we have organized a number of consultation and workshops in preparation of this work plan. We have gathered the recommendation. We have tabled at PBO the work plan for 2023, which will be presented today, which was approved in mid-February. And we are going to issue a number of invitations to tender. And of course, as you know, all the work which is being done under this program is of course publicly available through a results publication and dedicated website. So in terms of the where we fit in the phase of a mission, we fit mainly in what is called phase E, exploitation of the mission, but also we contribute, of course, to the mission preparation and all of the phase of projects through the work which is being done by industry and by you. So I go now to basically the core of the activity, which is called Earth Observation Science for Society. Also, we called it Block 4. And this is a presentation by both teams from the Data Application Division, which I'm leading, but also the PhilApp Division. So in terms of the objective, a very simple objective, which is to maximize the impact of European Earth observation assets on society, fostering also on the European competitiveness in the exploitation of all EO missions. And to do that, we are organized through 4 core elements, which are to deliver scientific excellence, so this science element, pioneering novel application, growing the downstream sector, and leveraging on latest digital innovation and ICT solution. And of course, this will using, of course, fast response technology we have today, and also addressing some of the specific regional priority which have been identified in the past. We are supported by two cross-cutting elements. The first one called Foresight, which is about exploring disruptive technology. And the second element, it's about Sentinel user preparation, is to prepare the community for the upcoming Sentinels. On all the elements, we have the capability with the permanently open call to ask you to submit your ideas and get funding. And I will come back to that. So you have at the bottom a figure illustrating these various elements, core and cross-cutting. In terms of the what we do, we deliver, so regarding science, we deliver scientific excellence. We want to maximize, as I just said, the scientific impact of the missions. We want also to advance our fundamental understanding of the Earth as a system, and this is done in close collaboration with ECRTD under the Horizon Europe. And this, you know about this joint call and joint opportunity. We also pioneer Earth observation application and solution in support to international and European policy on the environment and sustainable development. And of course, in doing that, we are closely engaging with stakeholders and users. And I will provide a number of illustrations of what we have done in this domain. We want to strengthen European Earth observation industry competitiveness. We want to integrate new technology in their practices. We want to stimulate innovative approach. And with that, we open, of course, new market opportunities. Last but not least is making full leverage of digital innovation, ensuring that we have a fast and competitive R&D cycle to derive the information product. And we are also agile and in this innovation process. Now, in terms of the principles which govern the activity, all the activities are driven by scientific challenge, societal needs, environmental needs, digital or agenda regarding the environment to deliver maximum benefit to citizens. All the activity respond to community recommendation, whether it's scientific, operational users, or the downstream sector. And they are consulted systematically and participate, of course, in the co-design, implementation, and assessment of the program. All activities are designed to complement, cross-fertilize, and enrich relevant activities in member states through the national program, but also with Horizon Europe, as I just said, but also Destiny and Copernicus. All the activity will be enhanced and accelerated using latest digital technology. And of course, we have seen what has been done under Block 4 in terms of developing, for example, the data cube, open platform, OpenAO, cloud computing, big data, and open science. So just an illustration of some of the consultation. I think I cannot skip the enormous success we had with the Living Planet Symposium in Bonn. It's the largest AO event ever organized by ESA, with over 5,000 participants. You see the number of presentations, posters, sessions, and it was really a fantastic networking opportunity for all of us post-COVID. And we got really participants from 60 plus countries, which is really showing the impact we can have in Earth observation in ESA. In terms of other highlights of the Block 4 activity, we have created this Science Hub, which is really a strong asset for working on Earth system science, having visiting scientists at ESA, having fellows working with those visiting scientists and developing the notion of the science clusters that Diego will expand a bit later. We have, during the COVID period, as rapid action, we have shown what capability we have today in Europe with the so-called race dashboard, which has evolved now in the name Rapid Action for Citizens with Earth Observation. And this was done in close coordination with the European Commission. We have developed what could be an instance of a digital twin Earth with a number of precursors, which you have at the bottom, the one on Antarctica and the one on hydrology, which are just illustrated here. So we can do things that in a comprehensive way, understanding the Earth as a system at a scale which was unprecedented, just thinking about the hydrology examples at the bottom. So we can move from really several tens of kilometer resolution to the resolution we have in remote sensing. In terms of science, just a number of highlights of what we have done. We have organized a number of community workshop and consultation. We have, of course, the success story of Snap is continuing with a huge uptake. We passed over 1 million downloads. We have launched this new open science data catalog, which is very interesting. So you can look by thematics and get the relevant data accessible at your fingertips. LPS I spoke about, but just to say that the school lab, we had more than 700 students from schools around in Germany attending the event. We have, of course, the collaborative action under ISA RTD, which will be detailed further. And we have got organized more than 10 training with over 3,000 students over the period. In terms of application, we have really a number of key elements I would like to stress. First, work on food security and sustainability, which we did with FAO and under the auspice of GeoGlam, which of course is giving information which is critical in those time about the yield production in Europe, how we can sustain the food production in this difficult time. We have in the middle something which is new, which is the work on ecosystem accounting with the UN. We organized a very big meeting with over 700 participants, but more importantly, we had a lot of the statistical office which participate to the meeting, and of course are interested in the solution we can provide. On the right side, on top right, we developed this world emission platform prototype, which is a way we can really display EOS solution in this domain with the technology we have. We also organized the first consultation process with nature restoration under the ecosystem conservation with civil society or organization and NGOs. So that's also a new domain. We developed innovative methodology under the world cover. So more important than the number of downloads is of course the methodology used, including AI and the multi-sensor, radar and optical merging and exploitation, joint exploitation for getting this second highest resolution classification of the world at 10 meter and above 77% accuracy. And we are responding to the needs of Africa with the EU Africa program. And also with this African Research Fellowship, we have some fellows at ESRIN and working with us in support of this program. Now, regarding industry competitiveness, we are working with a new space company to look at how we can evolve the technology. The top left, you have some of the first VideoSAR products, which is in itself could be really the future, where you see a lot of phenomena. You can observe the ships moving, vehicles moving. You can observe also a number of interesting features in the coastal area. So it's really a new product which is enabled by this new capability and giving really a new dimension to SAR technology. In the middle, you have some transfer to operation, which is of course one of the objectives we have, develop solutions that can be transferred further to operation. We are developing new commercial practices, and we are also verifying innovative industrial capabilities. You see some SAR, inverse SAR processing, and a number of results which were published recently on the drought in Italy. On the right side, you have this capability of submitting to is at any time a proposal under the open call. So the open call is covering all the elements of the program. We have placed 170 contracts out of 670 proposals. So it's the largest ESA-wide means open call in the sense of capability of industry to proposing to ESA a new solution under an innovative solution. Now I go to the all of this, of course, is enabled by what we do in terms of digital technology. So we have developed the first instance of a data cube in Europe, which is a Euro data cube, and this has been a very strong enabler of everything I was talking about under this rapid action and dashboard. So the underlying one of the underlying technology is this Euro data cube. You see the number of monthly users, over 400,000, and the number of billion of square kilometers which are being processed with this technology. We have this network of resources, which is of course a new way to get sponsored projects on cloud technology. The results are also incredible, not only in number of projects, but in the response time we are having. From proposal to implementation, we have an average response time of 6 days. We are setting new standard, and under this OGC framework, we have organized and we are organizing with NASA, for example, a number of working group where we develop a new solution and the standard of the future. We have developed the alternative to Google Earth, which is this OpenEO platform, where you can do a reproducible science. We have developed the first instance of what we call an information factory. So it's a proof of concept of the idea we had of using this technology to provide actionable information to decision maker with the technology we have. And last but not least, so the way the technology we have allows us now to develop a number of solutions in record time. We're talking about 2 months. For the rapid the race dashboard and the EO dashboard we have developed with NASA and JAXA. We are working, of course, to train the next generation scientists. We train them onshore and offshore. So this is a new training which has been organized in the beginning of January on a sail ship with a lot of work training before that, of course. 90 students from 30 nationalities organized under this One Ocean objective, which will be finalized by the ship arriving in Bergen in April, and a big ceremony under this UN decadal survey and for the ocean team. So that's really something new. We expect, of course, that the students will generate a number of papers. What you see in the background is, of course, all the buoys and their trajectory, which have been released in the Aguilas area. Now, talking about actionable information, so we took the challenge to do the things differently, talking to what are the needs from a Ministry of Environment in Europe, and how we can address the needs with industry. And this is a first proof of concept of what could be done in terms of the green transition and the implementation of the green policy. So we talk about the energy transition, we talk about mobility transition, we talk about sustainable city, green roof, solar power, green energy. We talk about carbon accounting, and we talk about, of course, something which is adaptation service. So this should be considered as a proof of concept, and this is something we want to develop further under the new opportunities that will be presented today. So this is also a beta version. The first version should be released in May 2023. Just to illustrate further that it's work ongoing, we had last week actually a meeting with stakeholders at the ministry. Stakeholders means industry, technical service in the ministry, to see how we can involve this concept of information factory, and so it's work in the making. Now, overall, here is a kind of final dashboard of the results we have achieved so far, and we hope to expand on that within the Block 4 activity and the new program. We have involved above 280 scientific institutions. These are the number of scientific papers published, over 570. I mentioned the number of courses, but more importantly, the number of young scientists having been trained under this program. The number of stakeholders involved in consultation and application development, close to 3,000. The number of international organizations we collaborate with in Europe, 35 plus. The number of proposals we receive led by small and medium enterprise, over 360. The growth in revenue in commercial and application and services, which is around 2 digits. And we have really the number of downloads, I spoke about it. Importantly, the number of contract placed under the open call, 171. The scale of the use of the platform services in terms of number of services, number of projects sponsored, and the number of active users we have under the EuroDataQ. So in terms of the day today, so after this quick introduction, we will go in depth in all the elements of the program, starting with science, application, industry, digital innovation, Sentinel user preparation, open core, foresight, and then we will take your question in a question and answer session. And this will be followed after the Q&A. There will be a last presentation, which is an information about the new Copernicus data space system ecosystem. And then we should be closing around 1300. So I'd like to thank you for this part. The number of participants we have today is 300 participants from 28 countries. We have really and the number of B2B we have organized under this 2 or 3 days is over 180, 90, and you see really all the domains which are given here. And then before concluding, I would like to give the floor to Rune Floberhagen, because he's managed to connect now. So hand over to Rune, please.
Yes. Good morning, everybody, and my sincere apologies for not being able to connect earlier. I am far away. I am in Colombia, in Bogota, and I had some problems this morning to connect to this meeting. And I'm sure Yves-Louis has been able to convey all the messages that we would like to share with you at the beginning of this meeting. But I'd like to say, first of all, welcome also on behalf of myself as head of the Science Applications and Climate Department to this Info Day and to this important interaction regarding what we are doing in EO for Society, which is also known as Block 4 of the Future EO program. We have a very good result from the ministerial meeting, the Council of the Ministers that was discussing allocating funds to the European Space Agency and to in particular also for us what is important, of course, the Earth Observation Program last November. And as a result, we have a funding envelope in Future EO, which is higher than ever. It is true that the original ambition of ESA was even slightly higher, but you should by no means be discouraged by that, because we do have let's say, record opportunities for all of you, and you will see that in the subsequent presentations here, in terms of the opportunities, in terms of the calls, in terms of the ITTs, and so on, that we will be issuing. So we are we're creating with you a very successful program, and we are continuing a very successful program. We have had also a very strong dialogue, I should say, with the member states of ESA, running up until this presentation. Yves-Louis was presenting, I'm sure, the trajectory of all the activities that we were going through with member states to arrive at the content that you will see. And it is going to be fantastic, actually, in terms of activities, in terms of support that we have, in terms of support from your member states and ESA's member states to everything that we are doing. we are looking at a very healthy ecosystem of EO for Society activities. And on top of that, there's of course also, as you know, in Earth observation in ESA, other programs that are of interest, possibly also to you, that deal with, let's say, more dedicated or let's say tailored or customized aspects of Earth observation. They are not to be seen completely in isolation. So there are lots of opportunities there as well for you. So all of this to say that despite the fact that you may have heard the rumor that Future EO was slightly undersubscribed at the ministerial, we do have a very, very attractive package of activities to present to you, as you will see in the coming presentations, the detailed presentation, and also already highlighted by Yves-Louis. And we are absolutely sure that this successful program is going to be even more successful in the future. And that's basically also all what I wanted to say, apart from the fact that this dialogue that we have with you as user and as scientist and as economic operator and business in this program is wonderful. It is recognized by all our member states as absolutely fundamental, and this tradition of having all member states participating in Future EO definitely is the best and the strongest witness of that, actually. And together we will continue to make this program stronger and stronger and stronger. Thank you very much, and back to you, Yves-Louis.
Okay, thank you, Rune. And I think I can hand over directly to the first presentation by the science team. Diego will, up to you, Diego.
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, very well. So let me see here. Are they blocked or are they?
I said optimistically we saw the slides, but at least in Colombia we see an opening slide with no text.
With no text, yes.
Same here, so just...
Wait a minute. What about now?
That looks better.
It's coming. It's coming.
Okay,
It's good.
very well. So let's start. I will introduce now the science component of Science for Society, as if Louis have introduced before. The main objective of this element is to maximize the scientific impact of all our missions, okay? And this is a panorama of the type of activities that we run in the program, and the first component is to talk to scientists. We organize several meetings, several workshops during the year, try to assess the status of the state of the art, identify priorities, identify opportunities, and then transform those recommendations that we gather from you into opportunities for projects. Most of the budget that we have in science goes to two main goals or objectives. The first one is to somehow prepare the next generation of high quality Earth observation products. So we dedicate a lot of effort to develop new methods, new algorithms, and try to generate new observation products that are opening the door somehow to provide a new picture of the Earth system. And the other component is actually dedicated to advanced Earth system science, thanks to all these data sets. So we put also a lot of emphasis on understanding polar regions, the carbon cycle, all the major, let's say, scientific challenges that we have in front of us in terms of Earth observation for Earth system science. We support many other activities associated mainly to scientific campaigns, education and training. We dedicate a lot of effort to develop tools for scientists to facilitate the access of the data, but also now more and more the sharing of capabilities, the sharing of results, codes, etc. We support a lot of networking and partnership also across projects, and the science clusters is a way to do that. I will explain you this later. And somehow we are also trying to transfer all the knowledge that we are collecting in terms of science results into the next generation of future missions. So we have a number of strategic pillars that we are trying to implement to somehow reinforce all our scientific activities. And the first one is to create a partnership, and this is what we have done with the largest research and innovation program in the world, that is Horizon Europe. So Horizon Europe can support a lot of science that ESA alone cannot support. So this partnership is instrumental in order to also maximize the impact of our missions. I will explain you later how this is working. We are also structuring the program around science clusters. I will explain you also what it is, but it's maybe a way to bring together capabilities, knowledge, data to try to address together major science challenges on major scientific topics. As if Louis have also presented, we have also launched a Science Hub, which is a place for research. It's a place that we would like to invite all of you to come to be some months working with us on specific topics, on specific scientific activities. And finally, we are trying to give this new and advanced way to understand and observe the Earth system science as a way to establish somehow the solid grounds to other programs in ESA, like for instance, Digital Twin Earth and also Climate Space. So the science clusters, what they are and how they work. So for those familiar with these topics in the screen, probably you know what we are talking about, but we have 4 science clusters right now on polar science, on ocean research, on carbon science and on atmosphere. This is a way to bring together the community every year to bring projects together to make collaborative research. And this year, or in the next 3 years, we are trying to expand this approach to implement our program to other topics, in particular biodiversity, streams and natural disasters, agriculture and soils, water cycle, and solid and magnetic earth. All of them have the main goals, which is to try to advance in the way we observe our planet, to develop novel and enhanced observation products, to try to capitalize on those new observations to better understand the Earth system. I'm trying to transfer that knowledge into solution for society, thanks to the other parts of the program, like the application component. So we support a lot of collaborative research. We support collaboration across teams. We promote also collaboration across programs with the collaboration with Horizon Europe. And now we are trying also to provide the clusters also an open environment, an open science environment as a platform for further sharing of data and of results and code. So the Earth System Science initiative that we have with the European Commission is something that somehow has been there for a couple of years. But this year, with the publication of the work plan of Horizon Europe for 23 and 24, has been somehow entered into what we call the full implementation phase. We have signed an agreement with the GRTD to try to address jointly the major scientific challenges addressing of this decade, using together 2 of the main mechanisms that we have. One is Horizon Europe and the other is FutureEU. So to do that, we have agreed on a number of common priorities. Those priorities and some activities have already started, by the way, on these priorities: biodiversity, polar regions, ocean health, natural disasters. And this year we are expanding also to other domains, water resources, food system, terrestrial carbon, and some activities associated to key knowledge gaps in Earth and climate system, like methane emissions of clouds and aerosols. All these topics are somehow translated into specific calls for proposals in the work plan of Horizon Europe 23-24. So you will see in the work plan a number of topics where they foster, promote, invite teams to establish a close and strong collaboration with its activities, especially the activities that we are implementing in the science clusters. How this will work? So as you know, Horizon Europe is a large program. It can support a lot of science that ESA cannot support. They can support advancing in modeling. They can support advances in situ data collection. They can support the type of research that maybe goes well beyond Earth observation but we need in order to get a better understanding of the Earth system. On our side, in our projects, we focus a lot on the Earth observation component. We try to maximize the impact of Earth observation missions in science, and it's through this combination of knowledge and capabilities that we are trying to address somehow more challenging and ambitious goals together. So the thing that we are doing is to open opportunities to make that collaboration happening. So you will see, as I said before, that in the activities funded by the European Commission, there will be a dedicated effort to support collaborative work with these activities. And in all our calls, and for those that participated while calls there see right now that we are doing that, we offer additional funding for joint collaborative work packages with relevant projects funded by the European Commission and also by national activities. So it's through this collaborative work package that we are trying to address somehow more ambitious goals and try to ensure that the final result is bigger than the sum of the parts. In addition, we will have, as you will see in the work plan, dedicated open opportunities for collaborative research. That will be dedicated projects where teams bring together capacity, knowledge, results, and data to address common goals, common ambitious goals together. And this is a number of opportunities that we are launching this year. So let's go to the specific activities that we are planning in 2023. We have a number of important events, try to bring together the community and discuss the state of the art and the opportunities for the future. We will have Hydrospace in Lisbon in November, CSAR in Svalbard in May. We have PollenSAR and Biomass meeting in Toulouse in June. And by the way, this is the 20 years of PollenSAR, so it's a major achievement. And Fringe 23 will happen in Leeds in September. So we are all invited to participate to these events. And also don't forget that it's through these events and the recommendations that you give us in these events that we prepare our activities and our work plans trying to address your needs. Now, as you know, in the coming few years, we will have new Sentinel missions flying. This is quite important for this program. We are waiting for FLEX, BioMars, and EarthCare. In the coming few years, we will have obviously dedicated activities to address the scientific needs of those missions, but we are already starting with that. So we will have already in 23 a number of calls to prepare for this. We will have something dedicated to biomass, especially to start with the development of a digital terrain model for the data coming from the tomophase, and a number of activities dedicated to prepare for FLEX, especially over land and also over the ocean, and some activities also dedicated to biomass and try to have some type of multi-frequency studies to see what we can do with biomass together with other missions. All these activities will be more or less in the order of 350K to 500,000, but don't forget that also in the other activities, in the larger projects that I will present to you right now, we also include important elements dedicated to the missions like EarthCare, FLEX, and biomass. So let's move to the thematic activities, just to explain you a little bit the Polar Science Cluster and what we are doing in polar research. This is the main three areas where we are investing or we are focusing our research, and these are the type of the panorama of different activities addressing different components of the Arctic system, Antarctic and the Southern Ocean, and what we call the third pole, all the mountain ranges, okay? And all of them are trying to provide an answer to this, in practical terms, a better observation, understanding, and prediction of all these different processes. This is how all the different projects are contributing to try to understand all these complex processes, okay? So the ultimate goal is to try to provide the best reconstruction of the polar system, bringing together cryosphere, ocean, and atmosphere. So one of the things that we are trying to do this year, we will have a small call to have an expert support lab that will help us to coordinate all the activities of the Polar Science Cluster. We are collecting a lot of different products, we are collecting a lot of different results. We will support expert support lab to help us to capitalize, to better organize all these results and to better move forward. Okay, so this will be something that we will try to launch, will be just a small contract to start with, but to see how it works, because I think we need that type of scientific support. In terms of science, these are the main 5 priorities that we have for the next few years. One is focusing on better understanding of the ice sheets, and especially the dynamic aspects of the ice sheets, and the understanding of the Arctic Ocean, the Arctic system, the understanding of the Southern Ocean as a coupled ocean cryosphere system, a strong focus on the Arctic permafrost and methane emissions in collaboration with NASA, and still focusing the role of mountain glaciers in the water cycle and the global sea level rise. So these are more or less the 5 large topics we will address, and specifically all that will be done in collaboration with the several projects addressing polar research that are part of the EU Polar Cluster. The opportunities that we have for 23 are several. The first one is dedicated to Antarctica. We are trying to continue to advance in establishing a state-of-the-art multi-mission reference data set to address all surface of glacial, interglacial processes. And in this case, we will focus on the main Antarctic continental shelf break and ice-ocean interface, the most dynamic part of Antarctica. We will try to undertake ambitious assessment on this particular part of Antarctica, looking at the different at the interaction between the ocean and the ice, no? So to look at the marine ice sheet instability, the grounding line retreat, the glacier speed up, and how all this system is working. Another element will be dedicated to further enhance our observations and understanding of the Southern Ocean. Today, still, the ocean satellite products over the Southern Ocean needs a lot of improvement. We have done a lot of effort on improving, for instance, sea ice thickness, but still they remain uncertain and space and time limited. So we will still try to improve our capacity to observe processes in the Southern Ocean and to foster integrated assessment of the Southern Ocean as an ocean cryosphere system. All these activities will be in the range of 1 million to 1.5 million euros. On the Arctic, we have 2 main activities. One will be dedicated to the Arctic Ocean. We have done a lot of progress in better observing different components of the Arctic system. I think it's time to bring together results to try to move towards an integrated assessment of the Arctic, especially with focus on key aspects like, for instance, freshwater fluxes, okay? This has been one of the recommendations that we have in several meetings, and is one of the things that we will try to do. We will have another important project dedicated to Arctic carbon, but I will talk to you about this in the next slides when we are talking about the carbon cycle. The Ocean Science Cluster is also very healthy. We have several activities there, and these are some of the priorities that we are addressing. Ocean health and biodiversity, coastal and land sea interactions, a better understanding of the 4D dynamics. This is mainly physical oceanography, but not only, also sea ice, air interactions. A strong emphasis on better understanding ocean streams, the drivers for this, but also the impacts, ocean carbon, and the role of the ocean in the Earth and climate systems. So we have a number of important activities preparing for in particular addressing coastal aspects, but also more land sea interactions. And we will have a large call that will be in the order of 1.5 to 2 million euro, addressing 3 major priorities. Coastal carbon, to try to go to high resolution and try to better understand how we could improve the capabilities to better observe monitor and quantify the pulls and fluctuations in coastal regions, so not only the biological carbon pump, but also the inorganic component and the land sea transports, rivers discharge, seas fluxes. Coastal ocean dynamics, try to make a multi-mission assessment of what we can do in high resolution, bring it together, SAR system, optical systems, SAR altimetries. We have new capabilities now with SWOT. These offer important opportunities to better characterize ocean dynamics in coastal regions, and then to look also at impacts, interactions between the land and the ocean, but in long distances, especially to look at the major impacts, especially extreme events in terms of the impacts that we can have from aerosols, from fires and from volcanic eruptions in the ocean biology. This will be also coordinated with a dedicated call on land-ocean processes that will be launched by the European Commission in the Work Plan 23-24. Other important area where we are going to invest is, again, the multi-mission ocean current products. There are still several gaps in knowledge that we need to address: tropical currents, no geostrophic regimes, try to better understand the thermoline circulation. This, I think, we can address better with a combination of capabilities that we have right now. So we want to foster that and try to assess the potential of this to improve 4D reconstructions of the physical ocean in the future. Another important opportunity that we would launch is in ocean health and ocean biology. We have already several projects. Also, the European Commission is kicking off an important set of projects in ocean health and ocean biology. We would like to promote a large European collaborative effort to better understand ocean biology and coastal biodiversity. So we would promote a number of collaborative activities across projects in Europe to try to advance towards a better observation and understanding of open ocean and coastal biology, and try to foster an assessment of the health of our ocean ecosystems. Okay, this will be through these collaborative type of activities that I mentioned to you before. Carbon. As you know, or many of you know, the last year we have an important workshop, the Carbon from Space workshop. We have identified a number of priorities, and this year we will start with 3 of them. In particular, we will start with land use dynamics and try to develop analysis tools to support benchmarking. So we will have 2 main activities associated to that. The first one is try to better understand and try to better characterize high resolution carbon. We have a new set of capabilities that may allow us to better characterize pools and fluxes of land and high resolution, especially in everything related to land use, agriculture, and all the dynamic aspects of land use, especially policy and management practices. Okay, this will be in the order of €1 million. Another recommendation we got is to start offering the community also the possibility to do benchmarking exercise. There are many new products that are published, many new capabilities available to the community. We would like to start making an effort to cross-compare, validate, and to have a benchmarking activity to understand what are the benefits and what are the limits that we have today in terms of Earth observation for terrestrial carbon. This will also include the development of a tool to support this in an open science environment. All these also will, another topic that we are addressing is also the interface of carbon with the ocean and the cryosphere. And in particular, we will have an activity dedicated to the Arctic carbon. This is part of AMPAC. AMPAC is a collaboration that we have with NASA. Is about the Arctic changes and the methane emissions, and this particular call will focus on the land aspects. Also, again, we will try to maximize the capability that we have to have a high resolution look at the dynamics and the heterogeneity of the Arctic, especially related to everything that may be associated to the methane emissions. These will include changes in topography, changes in snow, in frozen soils, and try to better quantify and assess at high resolution the changes in the Arctic and the impacts in methane emissions. All that makes part of a larger somehow concept that we are trying to put together with NASA and other partners to have what we call terrestrial carbon constellation. So as you know, in the coming few years, we will have the best capability that we ever had in terms of observations to characterize the carbon cycle. On the ESA side, we don't only have the Sentinels, but we will have also FLEX, we will have biomass, NASA is launching NISAR, we have many other missions from national agencies, and this will open an important opportunity to better assess the carbon pools and fluxes as never before. So this is something that we plan for the coming 3 years, so you will see more and more calls dedicated to address this important challenge. Atmospheric science is also an important cluster that we are addressing. These are more or less the different domains that we have in the cluster. You know, we organize normally Atmos as a major gathering for the scientific community to give us recommendations on the activities to be implemented. And this year, together with the European Commission, we are launching 2 major calls. One be dedicated to cloud and aerosol interactions. This is also driven by the fact that next year we would launch EarthCare, and is promoting a major effort to better observe, quantify, and predict the impacts of clouds and aerosols in the Earth system and in the climate system. This will be try to promote also strong collaboration with the modeling community, a strong collaboration with the in situ community, and to try to have a large European coordinated effort in this important topic. A similar effort will be done on global methane emissions, and we will try, together with our colleagues of Brussels, try to put in place a large collaborative effort to enhance our capabilities to observe and understand the latest changes that we have seen in methane emissions, to understand where they come from, what are the drivers and the evolution of the methane emissions at global scale, using not only medium resolution sensors like Sentinel-5P, but also new emerging capabilities at high resolution. Moving to new clusters that we would like to launch it in the coming 3 years, I would like to focus a little bit on the hydrology one. This is the picture of the what we call the new hydrological cycle. We have several activities already addressing many of these components, but we would like to foster this more. We are organizing an event in Lisbon to bring the community together and try to understand what are the main challenges in the coming few years. But as you will see in this picture, a main element is the human activities. The human activities are an important component right now of the hydrological cycle, and we have more and more the capabilities to address, observe, and understand those interactions between the water cycle and humans. So one of the main activities that we will have this year will be actually to try to push for that. We will try to assess somehow or to advance our capabilities to understand how big is the impact of human activities in the water cycle, and to foster for a new generation of high resolution products addressing things like precipitation, soil moisture, snow water equivalent, irrigation, evaporation, groundwater, etc. The other important aspect will be to try to move towards multi-mission river discharge products, bringing together all the capabilities that we have in terms of SAR and SARing altimeters, optical data, and now also with SWOT. We will try to have a high dense, to improve, let's say, the density of observations in terms of time and space, to improve the capacities for hydrological modeling and try to support also flood prediction. Biodiversity is another of the topics that we are trying to foster in collaboration with the Commission. There is an important topic, an important call in the work plan of Horizon Europe dedicated to terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems. And we will have two main activities, try to develop a new generation of products to better characterize ecosystem and ecosystem functioning. But more importantly, we are trying to work with the different projects that the Commission would launch to try to make assessment somehow of this ecosystem, trying to bring together Earth observation and modeling. So this is something that we are trying to foster and will be implemented through two major activities in the order of 1.5 to 2 million euros by the end of the year. We are also preparing a workshop, but so far we don't have still a date, but I mean we will inform you as soon as possible. Will be one opportunity to bring together all this community and define the future steps. Land and agriculture is another topic that we are supporting. There is especially a lot of interest on our side because we are launching Flex, and this is opening a lot of opportunities. We will focus on two major domains right now. So we will do two large experiments that will be supported, bringing together satellites and also in situ sensors. The first one will mainly focus on looking at vegetation and crop stress and the multiple stressors, and try to see how we could maybe put together in situ data and satellites and models to better disentangle biotic and abiotic stresses. Try to see how far we can go in trying to understand when plants have problems associated to pests, associated to land degradation, or even to other stressors like hydroclimatic streams. So this will be one large experiment. The other experiments will be dedicated to the nitrogen cycle and to understand what is the impact of agricultural activities in the nitrogen cycle, especially to look at species like ammonia and nitrogen dioxide. Geohazards is another area where we are trying to establish a networking opportunities with several projects of the European Commission. And we will address that through a number of opportunities to advance in the observation and understanding of three different type of events. One is looking at hot topic now, which is to better understand multi-hazards, compound and cascade events. That is how the different events are connected to one another and in a chain of effects. The other will try to look at geohazards and especially try to understand and modeling things like earthquakes, volcanoes, and better connecting the activities that we are doing in solid earth with the dynamics in the surface. The other one is mainly addressing hydroclimatic streams and advancing in trying to characterize at high resolution things like floods, landslides, and fire risks. And as I said before, all that will be coordinated with several activities that are funded right now by the European Commission. Finally, another important aspect that we are addressing is solid and magnetic Earth. As you know, we have several activities trying to better understand how our planet works. We have some results show it here. And recently we have launched also a workshop where we are trying to collect recommendations on the main challenges that we have in front of us to better understand aspects like the magnetosphere, the thermosphere, and the ionosphere. So we have identified a number of priorities. These include things like to better understand the quiet ionosphere, to look at hemispheric asymmetries, ionospheric regularities, try to collaborate with colleagues of science to have a swarm cluster tandem type of studies, looking at the coupling between the ionosphere and the magnetosphere, and other priorities that we will try to address during the next 3 years. And in these first years, we will have an open call in the order of 1 to 1.5 missions to already address some of these priorities. As you well know, we have something which is quite important for us, which is the Living Planet Fellowship. We are supporting several young, clever people all around Europe in the early phases of their career. You have a photo of some of them, and some of them, by the way, are now some of our more important PIs. They have done a career, and we are very proud that we have supported the early stages through the Living Planet Fellowship. So we are continuing with this. We will have another call in 2023. In this call, the novelty will be that we'll also address not only the traditional aspects associated to the missions that we have in assistance science, but we will have opportunity also to start preparing for the coming Sentinel missions, the Sentinel expansion and the next generation missions. So we will have also a number of research postdoc activities dedicated to this specific type of opportunities that will be presented also later during the day. Training and education is also something that we do. We will support still several activities this year in terms of specific trainings for land, cryosphere, atmosphere. Many of these activities are already announced in the website. We will still have several activities of training together with our colleagues, sales partners like NASA, etc. And this year we are opening a call to get somehow support from experts to help us to do these training events a little bit better. So we will have a call for an education and training support lab that will help us, providing us with expert support for the organizations of events, and also to provide all the novel and latest state-of-the-art technologies to do these events in a more modern way. This is on top of the virtual machines that we are normally using, but also to try to bring novel technologies in try to do this type of training also more attractive for students and more effective. I would like to finish with this, and this is an invitation to all of you to come here and to work with us for a while. You will see that more and more in our calls we are opening options for collaborative work packages, and those collaborative work packages can be defined at any time during the project together with your technical officers, together with your partners in ESA, to implement a particular project of common interest that could be implemented through a research visit. We have already a number of visiting scientists, a number of research fellows working together in different aspects of resistance science. This is an opportunity for networking, for interaction, and you will be part of this. So in all the calls that we are preparing, you will have also an opportunity for you, for some young scientists in your teams, to come to work with us as visiting scientists for some months. So this is in overall all the opportunities that we have for 2023 only in the context of science, and I will be at your disposal also for more questions and to discuss with you during the day and in the coming days for the bilateral. So thank you very much, and that's have been everything on the science side. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. I think we continue with the next speaker, Giuseppe. Perfect.
And can you see my slides?
Yes. All good.
Perfect. So thank you and welcome again from my side. My name is Giuseppe Tavinelli and I'm coordinating the applications activities within the Future Science for Society. As presented already by Yves Louis, the objective of the applications element is an R&D objective. It's really pioneering innovative applications and reliable Earth observation solutions that can enable international and European policies on the environment and sustainable development. And again, I want to stress the innovative aspect as being an R&D element of ESA and the reliable word as well. Because indeed, we want to provide dependable and trustworthy solutions on which our end users can then integrate and push forward their operations. Why is this? Because the key characteristics of the projects that we deploy is indeed the active involvement of stakeholders and end users. This is done throughout the full co-design approach during the development and during the validation and verification phases of the projects. And of course, the ultimate aim that we have is really to facilitate the integration of such developed solutions into the operational systems and practices of our end users and stakeholders. So this is an essential element that we really need to keep as the cornerstone of our activities. I've mentioned the various international policies. There are many policies that Earth observation is supporting already. Clearly, starting from the 2015 three major international policy frameworks, the SDG, the Paris Agreement on climate change, and the Sendai framework on disaster reduction. But there are many others. Certainly the land degradation neutrality is a key one that was stemming from the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. The new urban agenda that was defined in 2016 in Quito, in Ecuador, and the Convention on Biological Diversity that, of course, as we know, they triggered the Cannes-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework just recently, last December. Last but not least is the Ramsar Convention on wetlands for conservation and sustainable use of the various sites. And finally, I also want to stress the importance that ecosystem conservation and restoration is having on the political agenda. This is extremely high currently because beyond the fact that human activities, of course, have contributed to greenhouse gases emissions, but there is an impact on nature. And all these human activities create, as we know, huge pressures on the ecosystems in terms of pollution, in terms of degradation, and clearly as well in terms of unsustainable use of all these earth resources. At the European level, we have the overarching political statement of the European Green Deal by the European Union. This brings together a number of strategies that are then translated into directives and also into regulatory and legally binding frameworks for the member states. I've provided here many current ones just to highlight that already in 2022 we have started addressing some of the restorations activities. We have launched a project already on the new CAP with the various eco schemes that are bringing agriculture into a sustainable domain. And we will continue in addressing these various elements. So how does the full end-to-end process and the way we operate? We start with the international policies, we create the internal roadmap, and we capture the community recommendations, community bringing together Earth observation experts, but also the various entities and stakeholders that are related and relevant to the various international policies. We define the project, and in this definition phase, we also create relevant advisory boards that bring together into the project by ESA already a number of authoritative entities. These can be from UN partners, such as UNSD. We have a full memorandum of understanding with FAO. Our director has just signed last week a declaration of intent with UNEP, and therefore we make sure that the owners of such policies are always present in these advisory boards. The same applies for the European Union. We bring into the projects many of the European Commission policy DGs. We work hand in hand with DG Agri, and of course Mare and many others. Of course, the European Environment Agencies is always involved in our projects as when relevant. And clearly, GRC and also Eurostat are closely involved in the dialogue, in the definition as well of the perimeter of these projects. These projects then are implemented by the Earth observation community, and they bring together and must bring together the direct engagement of the stakeholders and their end users in the project development in order to capture and further define and consolidate the user needs. And of course, with the ultimate aim of the full integration of the developed solution. What we do is that we build on the science element, and we always try to push for a multi-mission and interdisciplinary approach in the project that we developed. Clearly leveraging on the cutting edge ICT solutions and pushing for rapid and agile developments in order to amplify as well the user's uptake. One key also output is that often the results from our projects provide feedback to the policies in terms of effectiveness of the policies, in terms of progress of the implementation of the policies, and therefore also changing the practices in the way the policies are being deployed at the international level. So this is extremely important. I want to stress that we have an EO integrated approach. So the word EO integrated, it means, as I said, that in the center stage, there is the community needs and their resources, and Earth observation, the data, the technology, and the new knowledge that is providing a new insight is one of the elements that we have to take into consideration for the users. So the users have many other constraints. They work in their own environment that allows them to bring their own data sets from their operations, their model, their partners. But of course, we need to take into consideration as well all the known EO data networks that shall be integrated with Earth observation data. And when capturing the user needs, we need to understand what are their practices, their maybe policy reporting needs, their time constraints, and all these, let's say, elements orbit around the user communities. And as I said, Earth observation shall be integrated as a solution into this context. The other important aspect is the open science and open innovation approach that we have and that we will push forward in the coming cycle. This is stressing the fact that we have to share knowledge. We need to avoid knowledge monopolies by single entities or a small group of people. And we need to push and invest as much as possible on capacity expansion at the international level. We follow the so-called FAIR principles in terms of making the output of the projects findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable as well. So you'll see these two elements often in the upcoming slides, in the projects, and also the approach that we follow. Before implementing a project, we really need to fully characterize its objectives. And in doing so, we take into consideration the scalability and maturity of the application methodology and its integration into the user needs. And on the other axis, we have the integration readiness by the stakeholders and end users. And these are characterized by two types of user groups, let's say. The early adopters, the ones still skeptical in the full uptake of the EO integrated solutions, and instead champion users that have a more extensive experience and they become actually ambassadors of these solutions in order to expand further the reaching out and of such new approaches. In doing so, we have, let's say, four types of projects that flavors that we have to our projects. From the bottom left, we have early feasibility. You know, there are many words that are being used for this. And these projects also entail a strong capacity development component to make sure that the developed innovative solution is not just thrown at the end users, but we have a progressive co-development and a progressive capacity development of such solutions. And we push to go, of course, into the top right corner towards full upscaling, the full integration into pre-operational demonstrators that are leading for operational services. And of course, in doing so, we have to continue our strong communication component, and I'll come back to this later on. We therefore map this project characterization in what we call project series. So we have our project series for scalable and mature type of methodologies. The people series that are addressing early stages of development, whether with early adopters or champion users. And then we have the engine series that are really looking into the full pre-operational development and demonstrations of the activities in a rapid and dynamic way. Let me go now into the description of the upcoming opportunities. The codes that you see here are referring to our work plan and the official documentation. The first group of projects are related to ecosystem accounting, biodiversity, and ecosystem conservation and restoration. So let me start with the first one on ecosystem extent dynamics. Yves-Louis mentioned already that back in 2022, we organized a very large workshop on Earth observation for ecosystem accounting. And stemming from this workshop, it was identified the key critical need to focus initially on ecosystem extent dynamic. And this project will be strongly implemented with, in collaboration with various stakeholders. Here you see the UN Statistical Division, IUCN, Eurostat, the EA, JRC, and GEO, of course, but also will require the active participation of national statistical offices and the national environment agencies. And the project will focus on the development and demonstration of global solutions in terms of tools. So it's not a static data set for mapping the extent of ecosystems and monitoring their dynamics. And of course, we'll have demonstrators at European and global levels, and helping as well the crosstalk across different statistical frameworks, one from the global ecosystem topology of IUCN, and also with the ecosystem topology from Eurostat, and of course UNIS of the EA. So this exercise will also allow the cross dialogue and cross mapping across these different statistical frameworks. The second activity will look at the essential biodiversity variables and the integration of such EBVs enabled by satellite remote sensing into the monitoring framework of the coming Montreal GBF that I was mentioning earlier on, and its 23 targets. So we will develop state-of-the-art solutions for the productions of such EBVs in terrestrial and freshwater and marine ecosystems, and we will be addressing different EBV classes. The approach will aim ultimately at the integration of the EBVs into the GBF monitoring framework and its various indicators in terms of the core headline indicators, but also looking at the component and complementary indicators that will be developed in the coming years. Diego mentioned as well a workshop that we will be organizing, and this is something that often we do across the science, policy and application domains in order to capture the full end-to-end needs and recommendations from the various stakeholders. Clearly, in this project, we will have to leverage on existing initiatives on the EBV framework. So we will not do this by ourselves. We have had a meeting just last week with the GeoBond representatives, and we will have to create synergies with EuropaBond, with the European Knowledge Center for Biodiversity, and also the, of course, Biodiversa Plus and the Biodiversity Information Facility. This is to make sure that we don't duplicate efforts, but we build on each other investments that we're doing at the international and European level. The third activity in the ecosystem conservation and restoration block is what we call actions with CSOs and NGOs. These activities stemming from the need that was captured at the during and throughout the consultation process that we did with CSOs and NGOs. Over 55 entities participated in the event, that allowed us to connect better and understanding better the current wishes, but also the limitations that this community has. So we will have two objectives here. The first one is to look at already existing sites that are captured either by the red list of IUCN and also WWF protected areas. So we will make sure that such entities will be already integrated into the advisory board of the project. But of course, the project will request and require the participation as well of additional NGOs. The second parallel objective that the project will aim at is for looking at site suitability identification. And this is linked to the GBF target 3, which is the famous 30 by 30, having 30% of land and marine areas protected by 2030. And you can imagine that 2030 is really around the corner. The framework has been adopted by the member states at the international level of the UN. But of course, there is also a proposal for a new EU regulation on nature restoration that will bring as well the aspects of the of mirroring this 30 by 30 target 3. It's a very complex objective, because we see the coexistence of human and nature protected areas in a sustainable way. And this, the project will really have to look at establishing the blueprints and harmonize, let's say, operational practices that can be accepted by the community at large. As I mentioned today, these entities do not necessarily use to their full extent Earth observation capacity, and therefore we will include also a strong capacity development activity within the project itself. And this to make sure that the larger community can benefit from this project, and not single entities that are the ones directly involved in the project. The next group of projects is looking at the larger context of vulnerability, adaptability, adaptation, and resilience. And of course, it's bringing together many policies across the different domains. Let me start with a critical one, which is Earth observation for nature finance. Never as before, we have seen the interest and active participation on finance and economic entities and institutions in relations to nature restoration activities, in the sense of adapting and changing their schemes and including nature-related, nature finance topics into their activities. This is linked, of course, to the broader context of the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance activities frameworks, and also with respect to the nature capital valuation aspects that it's actually accelerating in many nations at the moment. So the activity will be structured across two separate contracts. The first contract will develop and validate innovative methodologies to quantify and monitor the dependencies and the impacts of nature of end-to-end value chains. So This is, when I say end-to-end, is the complete cycle of the supply value chain, and all of selected industries like cement, steel, and pulp paper. Now, this will be strongly linked to, of course, the TNFD, which is the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. And we will bring inside this advisory board, of course, UNEP FI and many other entities. The second contract will have to pioneer and validate various EO integrated methodologies for solutions that are supporting some specific scenarios of nature finance and nature economics. We have listed some examples. One is the nature debt swap mechanism. We are seeing this happening in a number of countries at the international level. We will want to look at the integration of the natural capital valuation in GDP reporting, and also the development of financial risk indicators for adaptation and transition elements. Finally, we want to make sure that we start pioneering future financial instruments and, as we say, bankable or tradable products offering that are related to nature commodities. So this will be a key important project that we'll be launching in Q3 this year. The next one is another challenging project on world forest, looking at supporting adaptive and sustainable forest management. And this is targeting, of course, the new EO forestry strategy. We are in close dialogue with the DG ENV from the European Commission. And we're looking at various as well regulations, directives related to forestry. We want to here provide some innovative information products and indicators in a sort of on-demand scenarios for key forest parameters with a dynamic approach. So again, it's not a static map, but we're moving forward into providing products and indicators such as forest types and structures, forest disturbances, indicators in terms of fires and bird areas, and restoration indices, and of course, most important than all, also vulnerability risk indices. The next project will be the blue carbon coastal. We're having a number of international and European policies that are pushing to move into pre-operational frameworks here. And this is, for example, the EU Marine Strategy Framework Directive, the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive, and the Water Framework Directive. All of them, from different lenses and perspective, are really pushing also to keep into consideration the blue carbon aspects. We will be looking at three key ecosystems: mangroves, salt marshes, and seagrasses, in order to improve the estimation and monitor the changes of the extent and carbon stock, together in the strong collaborative effort with key stakeholders. These will be government agencies with the responsibility also to report and monitor these ecosystems and the carbon aspect. The environmental organizations, but also the local communities that are impacted by potential operational activities and strategies when being deployed in their local environments. The next one will be on a specific focus on the blue economy. So again, a number of policies are pushing for the sustainable use of maritime ecosystems. And we will be looking at both the way that the maritime environment can be used in a sustainable way, but also how these activities are interlinked with each other and how they impact on the various ecosystems. There will be 4 different blue economy activities: fisheries, aquaculture, renewable energy, and tourism. We will bring together a number of entities from permitting and regulating authorities, financial investors, but also the actual the operators in the blue economy, different sectors, as I mentioned. Some of these topics have been also be consolidated with FAO in recent dialogues, but also with other international financial entities. The last project within these domains is the World Coastlines. We are building on the experience of the coastal erosion projects and of course the recommendations stemming from these projects. There will be actually a workshop towards the end of this year, and the recommendation stemming from the climate modeling user group. This activity will really scale up on the algorithms and methods, looking at the full global deployment of the coastlines mapping, also taking into consideration tidal changes and erosion accretion processes. So this activity will have to bring together the member states' hydrographic offices and various international partners, and it's one of the activities that will be started actually in the next few months. Our focus on the food systems is a key one. You have heard from Yves Louis the importance on food security and also sustainable approaches, and we will launch 3 projects this year. The first one will look at agri-commodities with the perspective of the deforestation-free supply chain regulation. The regulation, of course, specifically requests for the implementation of what it's called due diligence statements by the business operators, and lists a number of specific, let's say, crop and product areas. These are cattle, soil, palm oils, cocoa, coffee, rubber, and timberwood. And we will make sure that the current Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2, let's say, resources and will be able to develop new methods in support of the annual checks on the operators. What we want to stress is that it's not the, let's say, we don't want to create and establish a situation in which we have the authorities in charge of the monitoring and enforcement that are working against the operators in the sector. We have to create really a stronger team approach here, in which we see the win-wins in terms of resources deployment, in terms of facilitating a transparent reporting approach, and something that can be reliable and reproducible as well, and therefore fully introduced in the monitoring practices. The next one will be looking at atmospheric emissions from agriculture of high priority. This is methane and ammonia are indeed the 2 main elements that are emitted by the agriculture sectors. The methodologies in terms of detection of improvements and estimation of such emissions will be linked from the actual practices from livestock, rice and digesters, and also from fertilizations use and also swine. So we will work together in terms of synergies with the various relevant end users, especially the agri-energy operators, but also bringing together a number of key stakeholders from FAO and the UNEP-IMEO team into the advisory board. Finally, we have seen that the climate change and weather patterns are having a stronger and stronger importance and impact on the actual farmers' operations. And therefore, we need to support such processes with optimized resources use and also limiting environmental impacts. We will deploy a decision support prototype environment here in which we will push to understand the long-term trends and disentangle them from the short-term variations and also with the additional occurrence of extreme events. And this is for the clear support of operations that we have in place, looking at and bringing together different integration of multivariate interdisciplinary data mining approaches. So specific models and specific crop phenology and indices, the climatology aspects and social economic data. What will be also of key importance is to look at the, let's say, longitudinal axis of Europe and Africa in terms of creating synergies in this framework. And of course, mapping for risk of critical conditions that can be really be fundamental and a game changer for many agri-operators. The next action line is on sustainable development goals and targets and indicators. In the last 2 years, we have moved from theoretical, let's say, analysis of opportunities into the full deployment of many different projects. This year, we will launch the third lot, as we call it, for target and indicators pathfinders. It will cover 3 key topics: the agri-water productivity, the coastal eutrophication, and the mountain forest grasslands and grassland ecosystems. These topics have been identified as high priorities with the various custodial agencies, and they are part of our plan of actions and of implementations with the various custodian agencies across the multiple years of our implementation cycles. The next one will be an engine type of activity. It's called the SDG Targets and Indicator Dashboard. And here we want to bring together highly consolidated innovative approaches into the full workflows, into the full integration into federated cloud platform environments, specifically for SDGs. So this is really moving into the full, let's say, operational exploitation of Earth observation for SDGs monitoring. Again, it will have to be done with the close consultation of the custodian agencies, but also the statistical entities that will then, at national scales, have to work with such data and also integrate their workflows into with Earth observation data. One synergy that here I am mentioning, and is quite important, is the fact that here we focus on the content of the SDGs targets and indicators, and we will build on the synergy of what we call application propagation environments, the APEX. And this will be introduced later on by my colleague Gunther within the remit of the digital innovation element of Block 4. What is important is that I'll mention this later on, is that the application propagation environments are therefore let's say the acceleration environment that will provide the horizontal processing, visualization, analytics, and statistics functionalities common to many other projects. One word is on the EU Africa. And this is just to mention that we have the new 4 African Research Fellowship opportunities in 2023 currently open. So we have started with 2 in last year, and we are moving into hosting and welcoming 4 new African Research Fellows in 2023. So you are, of course, invited as well to share this opportunity across your network if you see this will bring further opportunities to the larger network of our African partners. A final word is on the Green Transition Information Factory. Here we're really pushing forward on addressing the green transition let's say, and the green economy overall, as defined by UNEP, as one that is low carbon, it's resource efficient, and of course socially inclusive. This has been shown, as presented by Yves Louis, as with an initial demonstrator over Austria, just recently openly launched. You see here the link. And this activity is set in the larger framework of the Space for Green Future Accelerator vision of ESA. In 2023, we will launch what we call GTIF Kickstarters. These will be 3 new instances, three separate contracts that are addressing national scale needs. Each instance shall really demonstrate the operational use of the developed solution. And as we mentioned, kickstart the long-term utilization and sustainability of the projects, also considering the, let's say, the financial contribution by future long-term stakeholders and end users. So it's a matter of not just deploying a project with a short-term type of result, but is looking already since the inception of the project at the long-term sustainability of the activity by engaging future stakeholders also from a potential financial perspective. That's why indeed we call them Kickstarters. And the Kickstarters have to look at the end, let's say the overall aspects of the green transitions from the national priorities and requirements. And the green transition at national levels, of course, they're linked not only from the energy perspective, but they're strongly intertwined with the environment, the social economic elements linked to the strategy of the nation, the relevant nation that is being addressed. Such instances will have to leverage on cutting-edge cloud computing solutions, but also front-end technologies, and ensure the interoperability of the deployed solutions. The interoperability is really fundamental because it will then allow us to move forward in aiming at a creation of a blueprint for a comprehensive full upscale at the European level. And so this is something really important to keep in mind, that it's not only a national effort with a short-term perspective, but it's actually pushing for the long-term, let's say, sustainability, and also the full upscaling at the European level, thanks to interoperable solutions. As I mentioned before, I want to spend one word on the ICT elements that are involved in the various projects, and also the stakeholder engagement, because this was one of the key recommendations coming from the program review. So I've presented the many projects here that are across various thematics, whether world, people, or engine type of activities. And what is important is that there is a strong synergy with the network of resources sponsoring mechanism that this project can receive during the implementation phase. A new aspect is also that, so this will be presented later on, as I said, by my colleague Gunther. One important aspect that I was just mentioning before is the fact that we will request the integration of the results at the end of the project into the application propagation environments. This is to ensure the open innovation approach, the knowledge sharing, and the community coordination in terms of thematic and specific domains. But these are the environments that we will leverage on, but from the applications domain activities, we will implement 2 cross-cutting activities. One will be the stakeholder expansion facilities that will use directly the Apex environment indeed to facilitate the expansion of the stakeholders. And also we will have to enhance the communications with the stakeholders, and this will be a cross-cutting activity that will support all the various projects horizontally. Let me focus just a few words on these two ITTs that we will issue. The first one is the project communication enhancement with stakeholders. As I said, this is stemming from a recommendation of the program review to enhance this activity. It will look at more efficient communication strategies, bringing together testimonials, video interviews, the story maps, interactive data visualization, including as well virtual reality type of productions, and with a direct link with the stakeholders and end users that are working within each separate project that I mentioned before. So this is a cross-cutting support activity that will cover the next 3 years of work from Block 4. The other ones are, again, a cross-cutting activity, the stakeholder expansion facilities. These will be teams that will ensure stewardship of the deliverables developed by the single projects, that will increase the sharing of knowledge and expertise and showcasing the project results with the heterogeneous end user communities and practitioners. It will help and support the cohesions across projects in very specific themes and domains, and really enhancing their complementarity. These teams will also foster and facilitate links with the diverse network of experts, maintaining active such links, and also look at the evolutions that the international policies and European policies are going through, anticipating some of the future needs in terms of mapping such activities and the key players and priorities. This ITT will trigger 4 contracts on high priority application domains, the SDGs, food systems, ecosystem and biodiversity, and carbon and energy. And it will be triggered and launched in the next few months, and it will cover the full 3 years of the current cycle. With that, I stop with my presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Giuseppe. I think we continue with the next presentation, and we will just shift slightly the coffee break. So Gordon, please. I think we can see the slide, no problem. Okay. Can you speak, Gordon, just to check? We can't hear you, Gordon, yet.
Sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for that. All right, so I'm going to try and be a bit faster on the line on stimulating industrial competitiveness. So if I can just very briefly, where we've positioned industrial competitiveness activities in this phase of the future, we're looking at 3 lines of activity. Really stimulating getting new techniques into European industry. So that might be just coming out of the R&D domain that really represent significant commercial or operational potential. So that might be new tools, so new analysis tools, etc., new processing methods. For data sets that are already existing. You saw some of the stuff already in things like inverse SAR processing. And also, how do we make the best of new data sets that are becoming available, whether these are new Earth observation data sets or new non-Earth observation data sets that have significant implications for the wider uptake and utilization of EO-derived information as well. So that's a sort of very early stage stimulation. Second is taking some of the innovative analytics techniques that are in the R&D community. How do we industrialize these to get them into a position where industry can provide commercial and operational services? So that's taking things like some of the sort of state-of-the-art AI developments and really putting them into application-oriented structures, and testing and verifying these as fitness for purpose, as well as setting up and running exercises that demonstrate fitness for purpose for new technologies coming along, whether that's new small satellites, new processing capabilities, etc. And the third line, which is going away from the more the more sort of initial phase development, that's taking capabilities that are probably more mature, but we're addressing issues that companies can't really address by themselves on a commercial basis. So, for example, if we're looking at market sectors where there are institutional or structural inhibitions to the uptake of Earth observation, there may be legislation, rules, best practices, etc. Civil engineering best practices may not allow for wide uptake of EO-derived information. We would work with we intend to work with a combination of EO information providers and key representatives in these industries to address these limitations and have EO-based information and its integration with other data, obviously, as an established and accepted best practice in that sector, so that we've then got a basis for developing and implementing full commercial services. Other lines that we're looking at is things like embedding EO into the international markets. So looking at things like setting up collaborative regional service portfolios. These would be collaborations between providers both in EU or ESA member states, but also in bringing in partners in the local markets that we're trying to target, and having demonstrating how these sorts of collaborative services can be provided. And lastly, again, we're looking at how can we embed Earth observation into regional collaboration structures already in place, whether that's economic, IT, whatever. These might be a multiplier element that we can leverage for getting into some of these export markets. There's a sort of linear flow between these three lines. I mean, clearly the new techniques, new opportunities, new actors is the earliest stage of development. And we're then looking at the industrialization. At the point that we have industrialization, we can then move to either focusing on how we embed these capabilities into the more established sectorial or geographic markets. But also at that point, we also have a basis for the full commercialization, at which point we would look at additional programs like Incubed, etc., to take care of the commercialization aspects. So firstly, just what we're talking about in terms of new opportunities. So the first line we're looking at is what we're calling next generation processing methods. And that's really looking at really stimulating industrial capability, taking a lot of prototype methods that are currently primarily in the university sector, and really looking at how do we accelerate the transfer of these into into the industrial sector. So that might be processing, enhancing available private sector or new space data sets. How do we enhance these data sets? How do we look at, for example, new data collection modes for already operational satellite platforms? For example, you saw some examples of VideoSAR already. I mean, that's a sort of different different operating mode from the standard way of thinking. What other potential new modes of data collection would exist there? And also, how do we enhance the integration of Earth observation and non-Earth observation data sets? So, for example, just to put some meat on the bones in terms of data enhancement, there's still a lot to do in terms of super resolution enhancement of data, in particular hyperspectral and video data. With the emergence of a lot of new space platforms in non-traditional orbits, capabilities such as low light level feature extraction, etc., become important. How do we optimize the data collection capabilities in these new orbits with new enhancement methods, and also new processing methods? So you already saw some of the early examples of inverse SAR. So we'll be taking these sorts of things further: inverse SAR, microdoppler processing, complex video SAR, etc., as well as offering opportunity for verifying application fitness for purpose for stuff like satellite video signal detection, like radio frequency signal detection. Some of the new capabilities coming online this year, such as the high resolution mid-infrared imaging capability. What we're looking at isn't just the development of an algorithm, but the industrialization of algorithms that are where there's already some level of publication. Whoops, sorry, I just skipped through half of the ITTs there, taking the suspense out of the presentation. Yeah, so we're looking at the industrialization of the algorithm and the testing and verification of that industrialized algorithm in concrete use cases. So it's not a theoretical paper generation exercise, it's get something up and running and try it out in real application scenarios with actually engaged users. So the nature of the tender will have a single open competitive tender, but there'll be the possibility, we'll have a number of diverse development lines in there. So, you know, something on super resolution, something on low light level, feature extraction, etc. So all of these will be in there. The target is at least one per line. In addition, we'll leave a sort of wildcard line open. If you have a line that is very dear to your heart, that is you're saying that's equivalent to what we're putting there, then we're leaving us the option for you to propose that as an additional line, despite the fact it's not specified in the tender. And you obviously have to explain the status of this in your proposal, etc., and demonstrate that it's equivalent to, in terms of maturity, potential, etc., to what we're already specifying. But we leave that open as an opportunity for all bidders. And like I say, we're looking at multiple contracts, at least one per line, and the funding is 300k per line. So you're not going to get rich, but we can at least get we can advance beyond the current situation. Certainly on the new opportunities side of things, we're really trying to, driven by developments such or initiatives such as Destination Earth, the green transition, etc. We're really trying to get Earth observation out of its comfort zone and into sort of collaborations with some of the analysis capabilities and sectors that are active and will be important for some of the green transition green transition issues to be addressed. So the first step we're looking at is there's a lot of use of capabilities called student-based models in diverse economic sectors, urban sectors, transport, etc. How do we want to basically initiate 2 to 3 contracts to develop, verify, and demonstrate how we can integrate EO and obviously non-EO information with these sorts of agent-based models to really kickstart this type of integration. Again, that's going to be within specific application sectors and decision support systems. It's not a theoretical standalone analysis. We see potential in a number of priority domains. So, for example, water resource management, urban planning, health, transport, risk management, characterization of onset of crisis, etc. But again, we will leave. We will, like I say, we plan to start 2 to 3 parallel contracts, one per domain, and we will leave the specification of the domains open as well. So that if there's an additional domain that we haven't specified, but you have a good case for doing something in there, then we leave that open for you to specify in the tender as well. It's not starting from totally new things we would expect. I mean, we're talking about planned funding of 300k per contract, so we're not going to be able to put agent-based models or whatever in place from scratch. So we have to be looking at really what's already existing and a sort of customization of these capabilities for integrating the Earth observation. And where we're trying to get to is basically a first industrial capability to better address these sorts of opportunities with a verified, integrated analysis capability that effectively combines the Earth observation, the non-Earth observation, and the modelling to generate analysis that is addressing the sort of gaps that we have linked to things like green transition and Destination Earth. We would expect also that you bring the stakeholders to this as well. We'll bring the stakeholders. In this case, you should be demonstrating that, clearly demonstrating that the engagement of the relevant stakeholders in your proposal with convincing support evidence. Okay, in terms of the innovative analytics, the first activity we're looking at is a sort of an industrial focus on the green transition. So again, I mean, if the green transition is to go anywhere, it's going to be absolutely critically dependent on the industrial the industrial development, and that's a significant opportunity for combining EO, non-EO, and the main commercial actors in each of these sectors. So we're really looking at how do we put a set of information and analysis portfolios addressing priority green transition sectors. So it's things like transport, energy, manufacturing, resource management. It's a combination of, let's say, EO, non-EO, and the guys that are actually going to have to implement the transition. It's not. We don't see that the EO-derived information by itself is going to be enough. So we're really going to have to integrate some level of AI-based data processing, for example, the feature extraction, multi-data set fusion, etc., as well as effective integration of EO and the non-EO data. And for non-EO, I think the priority data sets we're looking at here that we're considering so far are things like mobile network data, IoT sensor network data, etc. But there may be additional non-EO data, I don't know, financial data or economic data, whatever, that you want to bring in there as well. And again, we want to get to a point where we've got a sort of a working prototype, clear demonstrated stakeholder enthusiasm for this sort of stuff, and a strong basis for follow-on commercialization actions that programs such as Incube can then be used to develop full commercialization. This is going to be structured because we're looking at different blocks of service portfolios as we're progressively engaging with the different sectors. So we're looking at around about 500k per block. So that means a block is a portfolio of services targeting a specific green transition sector. The idea here would be have an overall frame contract to be awarded by an open competitive tender, and then specific service portfolios, specific blocks to be brought in as subcontracts as and when we're ready with the stakeholder consultation. So the open competitive tender for the frame contract will be Q2, Q3, and then that will go on for the next 2 years or so, progressively increasing number of blocks. The other elements of innovative analytics, so we're looking at a dedicated activity. I saw there was comments on urban in the chat. So we're looking at basically development verification of a new set of urban analytics tools that are effectively integrating Earth observation, going beyond where we are just now. So it's really integrating EO and non-EO data in a way that represents really more effective use of where we are with the significant potential from new space in particular, the rapid update, the rapid tasking, etc. How do we, for the Earth observation, as well as a lot of the new data sets that we're really underusing. In terms of the balance as well, I mean, I think in this, this isn't 95% Earth observation data with a small amount of other data. I mean, we're looking at least a balance between transponder data, so things like vehicle transponder data, again, mobile network data, building information management systems, traffic management systems, etc., and the EO-derived information. So it's really trying to get Earth observation, again, embedded into domains where it's the geospatial information is only one part, but it's a much wider and larger sector that we're embedding into. So again, we're looking at a number of domains for the urban analytics. So it's in terms of issues to be addressed. So maybe safe, secure, resilient cities, carbon neutrality in cities, heritage preservation, socioeconomic well-being, so things like transport stuff. And we're expecting that we should have potentially scalable models, etc. We're not going to be able to develop models from scratch with the funding that's available, and that we've got the required access to the EO and the non-EO data sets. And we should have prototype analytics services coming out as a result of this development. As I say, we want to start 2 to 3 parallel contracts, and we're looking at 300k per contract. Last one on the innovative analytics, we're looking at the industrialization of AI methods. I mean, a lot of the AI processing of EO has been really focusing on deep learning based feature extraction, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff that we aren't effectively industrializing. We want to basically get that into pre-commercial applications and services, so things like causal AI, graph AI, etc. So these AI methods that we're really we haven't been focusing on to date to address these sorts of emerging opportunities, really for industrial applications as a priority. I mean, I think there may be institutional application as well, but there's really again, I mean, looking at the transport, manufacturing, infrastructure management, etc. So a whole bunch of the industrial applications where this type of combination of AI and Earth observation is able to provide added value beyond what we have already. So again, I mean, the starting point is not to develop AI-based models from scratch. We should have prototype AI-based models that are customizable, as well as clearly agreed use cases with cooperating stakeholders that you're bringing into this contract. And we should, like I say, sort of prototype industrial services with these customized chains in place, ready for future commercialization and operationalization. And again, we want to start multiple contracts, at least one per domain, and it's 300k per contract. And again, we leave the wildcard line open. If you've got additional lines that we're not specifying in the tender, you include a specification of them in your proposal. And if that's suitable, we go with it. On the embedding EO line, the first thing is something which you're calling, I was talking about before, establishing best practices. So that's really what I was talking about. It's how do we address structural constraints, inhibitions, etc., in priority stakeholder communities and enable faster, wider, more effective integration of EO and non-EO information layers, and really have EO-derived information as part of an accepted best practice within particular industry sectors. How do we do that? Well, I mean, we can't just say like PS Insart is good for you. I mean, it has to be on the basis of well-defined use cases. So we're saying within the perimeter of this use case, this is a best practice. Outside of that perimeter, we can't, nobody can really guarantee what's going on. You might want to use these data in this other way, but that's beyond what we're saying is the best practice. So really the only way we see it for doing this is to set up a number of benchmark examples in cooperation with the stakeholders in the priority sectors, so that we can elaborate and verify that the EO-derived information combined with all the other stuff is fit for purpose. It does what it says on the packet, that we're able to meet the validity and credibility parameters that stakeholders might have, the critical factors to be ensured in terms of working practices, etc. It's really to give that confidence, so that we're really fostering the guys in the priority sector to rewrite their process. And this has worked before. I mean, we've done it in a number of domains already in previous phases, previous segments of the envelope and future EO. So it's a model that can make impact and usually does make impact. The domains we want to address this time are health, transport, waste management, and renewable energy, one per target domain. We will be bringing in some of the strategic stakeholders from our side in advance of the ITT, and they will agree to work with the winning team, and we'll specify that in the tender document, so you don't need to go and bother them during the bid period. They agree to work with whoever's there, but you are encouraged to bring in additional stakeholders as part of your bid team, as well as part of your credibility in the domain ultimately. And we're looking at 500k per contract. Lastly, looking at sort of an export market stimulation, we're looking at regional, putting in place regional portfolios. So two activities, hopefully one for Central, one for South America. We see these as leveraging some of the institutional developments going on with the availability of funding from entities such as some of the international financial institutions we're working with, so Inter-American Development Bank, as well as the stuff that's happening in parallel with things like DG INPA. So what we're looking at there, looking at a customized regional platform with a portfolio of information services integrating EO, non-EO, addressing priority stakeholders in the region. And again, the services are provided as a partnership between companies in ESA member states and partners in the region being targeted. I mean, we're not looking at anything artificial. If you can do something already in the country all by yourselves, then go ahead and do so. We're looking at trying to address the issue of or the constraint of setting up these partnerships and getting them to work as a critical enabler of getting into these export markets. So we're really focusing on where this is needed. If it's not needed, it's not going to be addressed in this activity. You're perfectly capable of all going off and doing that yourselves. So it would be set these things up, verify the information generation methods, verify it works, verify it's fit for purpose, verify the cooperation model is something that can work, and demonstrate a concept of operations for that. And again, we'll bring some of the core stakeholders, but bidders are encouraged to bring demonstrated engagement from the non-ESA partners and additional stakeholders, and we're looking at 700k per contract for that. And I think that's it for me. I'll stop.
Okay, thank you, Gordon. I propose we do the coffee break right now for slightly more than 15 minutes. So we resume at 11:35. If it's so, stay tuned. And just to comment from my side, for the Q&A, if you have questions, please put them on the chat, and we will address them as much as we can. So, see you in a while. Okay, so welcome back from the coffee break. I hope you all enjoyed it. And let's continue with our agenda. The next speaker is Gunther Landgraf, and is going to speak about digital innovation opportunities. So Gunther, please, up to you. We do not see yet the slides. Gunther, we cannot see the slide and we cannot hear you yet. So we can see you again, Gunther.
So I retry to share my slides.
We can hear you now.
It's blocked my.
We see you, we hear you. Just have to share the slide and that will work.
Okay.
Perfect. We see the slides.
Okay, so I present a bit what is happening on the digital innovation activity line. You see the colleagues that will manage this here in the list. And I have problems to go ahead with the slides. Okay, so it is important that you really understand the strategy and whatever you want to propose yourself, and also for our discussions in the bilateral, how you can bring yourself into this strategy.
Presenters mode. Sorry for interrupting. You need to
Thank you for
switch.
making me aware. I switched that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, is that
Perfect
good now?
Yes,
Better,
perfect.
yes.
Okay, perfect. So the strategy is to use the ICT advance that we have with the clouds in particular as for collaboration, sharing and production. We will invest into environments who do that to support, of course, the activities that my colleagues have presented previously. So you see here science, application, R&D and the industry part, but of course also the other programmatic elements that we have outside Block 4 in the Earthwatch program elements. So for science, of course, this will mean that we will have an environment for open science where the things can happen that Diego has announced, the sharing of the results, the sharing of the code, beyond sharing of the code, that people can really reproduce fully science experiments and can share everything according to the FAIR principles and to support the science clusters. I come later to the procurements. Also, Giuseppe has already enhanced a bit on the application propagation environments. Here we will support the showcasing of the existing applications as we did in RACE and GTIF. This will be continued to be supported, and to support the process of maturation of the algorithms and the upscaling, and to accompany things towards an industrialization that should happen in the so-called information factories. And here you see we reach out well beyond the activities that Gordon subscribed to this scope, and we reach up to the right side to the accelerators. You can read the Matosintos manifesto on our website to enable really the last kilometer of bringing really information to the users. So let's see how this looks like in the work plan 2023. So you see more or less a one-to-one mapping of these things to our work plan, to the procurement plan. So the network of resources at the bottom will bring into our work all of the cloud environment and the services, the platform services that are available already, so we can build on top of them. We will focus on the support given by the Copernicus data space ecosystem. You will have a presentation a bit later today. The Copernicus data space ecosystem is not only the CDAS. It tries to include all the national and the commercial platforms on top of the CDAS and the relevant clouds. We will see how much this will grow in the future. We will build on top with the interoperable building block evolution. There was a specific request from member states to invest into open source building blocks standardized via OGC. We are really heavily pushing the state of the art of standardization happening in the OGC, and we are really a leading force on creating new innovation here. So this will be the basic thing. Then these building blocks will be used by all of the other elements that you see on top. There will be a procurement for reproducible open science environments. There will be a procurement for application propagation environments. We will try to experiment to run some information factory pathfinders. And on top of this, we will try to experiment how well this works. So the I7 that you find on top, we will have to find science, application, and industry pathfinders that we bring into these environments to learn how this works. The interoperable building block should also, you remember, it's sharing and production environments, so this trigger a bit also the elements, some elements that the ground segment has. So how this can contribute to the ground segment innovation. And we will try this out with one procurement, the I6, to have integrated production chains across ground segment core functions and downstream production, how this can work, especially for a real-time context. So let's go to the details. So the interoperable building block evolution, we'll see 3 types of activities this year. In the existing frame contract, we still run OGC testbeds and pilots, very much focused on the reproducible open science interoperability demonstrator. This will be a long-lasting activity that we do together with NASA and the other European space agencies. It will be very much on interface standardization, especially for the data cube. We just started the GeoData Cube standardization working group, so we will support this with some test beds, and the component development and some experimental hosting of science experiments and pilot demonstrations. You should look out for the request for quotation in OGC. There should be one in Q2 and probably one for Q4 for a total of 500K that it will sustain this year. We'll start a big new frame contract to coordinate this architecture. What will be important is really to engage in the proper way the open source community. So we want that whatever we do, it's not only contributed by the ESA projects, but really by the full community. And whoever coordinates that will not be only the technical coordination, it will be the community engagement, the best practice procurement of the open source contributors, and the validation of these components and the quality assurance. The ITT should come out very, very quickly, maybe within the next 2-3 weeks. And we assume about 500K per year, and we start with a 3-year contract for the consortium or the actor that managed that. This actor should then do the best practice procurement for the interoperable building blocks. We will have this year part 1, should be every year a new iteration of that to contribute to the open source development for this next generation building blocks. We expect people who are doing both development and operations of these building blocks. It's important to get the operational experience in. Open source will be components for the downstream platforms and eventually reusable also for the ground segment. Best practices managed by the prime contractor of the previous procurement of the new frame contract. We hope we will have a first one already in Q4 and starting with initial 2 years, but extendable for further 3 years. On top of that, we have the big environments, and you see really the core investment goes here. We really intend 1.5 million per year to invest in the open science environment to really aggressively progress on the reproducibility of science experiments, long-term preservation, support the Earth System Science clusters, and also invest in advanced scientific visualization over this. So this will be a big contract that should come out in the next quarter. The same applies for the application propagation environment. So you see here APEX, the X stands for really, the algorithm should here go through the versions to get more and more mature and attract stewardship of potential customers who also contribute on what should further happen and what they really need. It will be a permanent repository of the results from our R&D activities. And this will cover also the same procurement, the SUB2, we will see this later, the collaboration environment for the Sentinel next generation user program. Same budget framework of the open science environment. So, and also this should come out in the next quarter. Network of resources. So also here we have to renew our frame contract. So the coordinator of this environment, as for the other frame contract, I think I did not mention that, whoever is running the frame contract should not bid afterwards for the best practices. So the coordinator here would manage our NOAA portal and find the existing one online today. It will manage the sponsorship process and the best practice procurement for all of the providers to the network. To be clear, it is a coordinator role. So the service provisioning will not be the responsibility of these coordinators. The frame contract will just administer that. The service provisioning is fully delegated to the providers. The ITT could come out early Q2 or should be April. And we assume for this coordinator role around 500K per year and an initial contract of 3 years, extendable for further 2 years. The big part of the funds, of course, will go to sponsor the providers who are onboarded. So it is an anchor tenant approach. So whoever has services that are useful for science and value adding should come on board to the network of resources. We will sponsor scientists and value adders to have free point of use for research and development. We will help these providers to address the global market. And of course, these offerings should support the environments that I presented before. This is why I presented them before. The open science environment and the application propagation environment should be based on really industrial offerings that are self-standing, not only depending on ESA contracts. So we hope that the new frame contract will do the best practice in Q4. And we assume every year we will invest 3 million per year for the services procured from these providers. How do we procure these services? By sponsoring the cloud-based projects who want to use these platform services. Basically, we assume that these science and the application products, they are outsourced. They are not experts in how to use infrastructure as a service and these platforms. So they would outsource this to the providers, and we would sponsor these projects to support this outsourcing. Supporting these projects also in fair implementation so that their project results remain available then in these environments and are accessible via the open science environment or via the Apex. It will be the projects who have to select which provider they want to entrust their projects. They will have to justify this. How this works, you can see in the example of the current environment. Probably the link then will change with the new environment. So the 3 million per year are the same 3 million per year, of course. So we pay the providers via the project sponsoring. Then we go for the, I call them technology maturity demonstrators, DI 5 and 6, so the information factory pathfinders. So an information factory should host the third-party algorithm providers to create a sustained service with 24/7 operation support. I mean, usually the science algorithm providers, but also the value adders are often in Europe micro companies. So they are not equipped to do a 24/7 operation support. They may be not equipped for the marketing or pay-per-use billing. So this information factory should support and have a revenue share agreement with that. This should work on top of the Copernicus database ecosystems to enhance this. Our pathfinders should be based on existing applications. So we will not exist in application development here. I have some additional input for what the topic we should do, because I think we would focus on one specific region and this one specific topic. And in the bilaterals also, or separately, I welcome industry input on what topics would be important for you that we address there. This is still not fully decided. There may be more than one. In Q2, the intention is to come out for the first Pathfinder. And one Pathfinder, we would assume, would be more or less 1.5 million for 2 years. Similar approach for the production chain demonstrators that should demonstrate how the interoperable building blocks can address both downstream production and also core production of the missions. So the first demonstrator we want to do, and I'm not sure if you do more than one, should really show how this integration can help the close to real-time arrival of information to end customers. Of course, we will not develop to processor development here. This should be existing processors or should be stubs or in kind. We plan to have 2 phases here, a prototyping phase and implementation phase for 1 million each. Maybe on small commercial mission providers to be seen. We welcome topics on the region, on the use case, but we would like to go out in Q2 2023 for this also. Then our showcasing and feedback exercises, that's really important for us to have some real experience on how the environments work, what needs to be improved, what support scientists and value adders are needed. And therefore, we have 3 activities. One, an information as a service pathfinders, where we would like to take one existing open source algorithm, Senfa Cup type, for example, and would like to see that we achieve that this is provided as information as a service. So at a pay-per-use price, and in this price included the maintenance and the evolution. To see if this can be based on data cubes, and what would it mean to refactor the open source code for that. We would still also require your feedback to establish the precise budget envelope, and we think we can come out here for a call for proposals in Q3. Towards the science users, we also would like to help you 3 showcases, 3 science projects, 3 existing or terminated science projects. We would like to help them to integrate into the open science environment by packaging your science project that it is ready for reproducibility. We would like to make some practical experience on that with you, and we welcome people who would are curious to make this experience. We should have in Q3 a call for a proposal where we award 3 different projects for 150K per showcase. And the last is the continental scale products as a service. Here we would really like to get an algorithm integrated in an information factory and see that this helps to execute the algorithm at scale, so at continental scale. Of course, proven algorithm, we should leverage the NOR providers, and we would specifically here also try to experiment how revenue share agreements could look like between the different actors. Quality assurance is a topic here. So what is the limitations of the algorithm, and that the information factory should help that any user can execute this pay-per-use on any space and time intervals. We will be ready for this in Q4 probably, and we assume currently that this should be budgeted with 300K and should be done in 1 year. I want to finish making you aware of the Big Data from Space conference that will be in 6 to 9 November in Vienna, Austria. The call for presentations is open, so please put this in your calendar. And I close here and pass back to Yves-Louis.
Thank you, Gunther. Now I think I hand over to the Sentinel user preparation element, which will have several speakers. The first speaker will be Giuseppe. Giuseppe, please. Go ahead.
Yes.
All good. I think we see the slide.
Perfect. Indeed, I will start with the introduction and initial element and then pass the floor to Diego and Gordon. So let me set the scene, first of all. The upcoming 6 Copernicus expansion missions and the Sentinel next generation missions will certainly consolidate the European Earth observation capacity as really the most comprehensive and I would say sophisticated space-based observation infrastructure in the world. And these new upcoming Sentinel missions, together with the already available Earth observation assets, really create a unique opportunity. An opportunity for really completely new services that will be able to be provided by European industry, as well as for a significant expansion of science and also derived information product utilization. So we're really sitting here and we have in front of us an unprecedented opportunity to capture and seize. The objective of this preparatory program, which was also strongly supported, let's say, see as valued by ERSC with a number of recommendations. The objectives, as I was saying, expertise in the various science and application domains and sectors, so from academia, SMEs, new space, value-adding companies, and of course prepare the industry readiness to support and placing European companies in a way in a privileged position also to exploit new export markets and also being the first to market. And make sure at the same time in parallel that we have the full readiness by the users and stakeholders to rapidly uptake the derived information products within their operational activities. These two objectives cannot be reached rapidly in a matter of a few months or a year. It takes time, and we need to build this momentum. We need to build this capacity well in advance. So starting this SUP activity in advance of the launch dates ensures ultimately that the Copernicus investments in the space segment and also ground infrastructure will also achieve the target levels of, let's say, European leadership in the science and in the Earth observation value-adding industry competitiveness. So this is the setting. As you will see in the presentation, the program will execute a number of preliminary activities that we call enabling actions. They act as a catalyzer, a capacity catalyzer. They, in a way, they are on the one side a de-risking factor for industry, but also a stimulating factor for European industry and competitiveness. So we really target to incentivize the growth and maximize the rapid and effective return on investment on the expansion and Sentinel next generation missions. And this shall be achieved as soon as they become available. And this is why we need to anticipate this effort and do not wait simply for the actual launch, for the actual commissioning phase, but really anticipate these needs, especially because there are many other missions that are already flying with somewhat similar type of sensors. And therefore, other industries globally are also already anticipating and preparing this capacity in terms of science and downstream analytics. So we need to make sure that we invest well in advance, ensuring our European industry and science domains capacities. So since a while now, and through already existing mechanisms, we continue to consult the various end user communities and stakeholders through making synergies with the workshops and events that we organize and that we build together with also other partners to make sure that we create the synergy with the existing missions and the upcoming missions in terms of needs and opportunities. Here we have a list. I will not go through this, but just to show you the efforts that we're doing through thematic workshops, even the Living Planet Symposium, so some key initial important discussion, and of course through the advisory groups, the mission advisory groups for each of the expansions and the next gen missions, we capture priority areas for such investments. What is more important probably are the upcoming ones. So here I list a number of events that you can check online all the details for registration and participation, and I invite you strongly to attend and contribute as much as possible, because as we previously said, these are the occasions through which you can pass certain messages, you can clarify a number of high priority areas and recommendations that shall be followed as well in the SUP program and initiative. Which are the enabling actions? So the first core aspect of these activities is that we will keep a multi-mission approach, and we will move from the current, and rightly so, let's say, mission development approach that each mission has at the moment, into breaking, let's say, the silos across these missions and looking at the synergies that shall be exploited and for which we need to reach the readiness for the full exploitation. This mission approach, this multi-mission approach, therefore, will be a leitmotif that you will see throughout the various enabling actions, and is the key characteristics that we will always maintain. The enabling actions, there are 6 of them, as you can see here in the list. One is about applications preparedness with key stakeholders and end users. We'll have the deployment of the sharing and collaborative environment, a number of activities on fundamental research and development validation of key algorithms and products, and investments on new processing methods and with respect to Sentinel expansion class datasets. Finally, of course, we'll implement as well all necessary trainings and toolboxes and education efforts that are, of course, linked and as part as this capacity development anticipation. Another key aspect that I bring here as a fundamental element for SUP is the representative dataset consolidation. All the activities that in terms of developing new applications, fundamental science research, new processing methods will need representative datasets. Representative in terms of revisit time, resolution, spectrally or acquisition techniques of the upcoming missions. And of course, specific to the area of interest where the products or the information, let's say knowledge and insight is being developed. And of course, together with stakeholders as necessary, because that is, as we previously discussed as well, a key element in building the trust and building the awareness of the full integration of such new solutions and new processing methods into the stakeholders' activities, whether public or commercial. So how are we going to do that? We will invest certainly a lot in the proxy data from capturing from non-ESA missions, whether national, from international partners, and commercially available, as well derived from models, so in order to simulate full data sets or synthetic data in specific areas or ecosystems or type of scientific or application scenarios. And of course, we will have to make sure that the necessary, let's say, in situ validation campaign data will be there for the validation approach, but also as part of this representative dataset itself. So this is very important. We cannot start from scratch. We cannot, let's say, do not consider what is already being developed by a number of international partners or even through other ESA complementing initiatives and programs. And therefore, this effort in the consolidation of the dataset will have to leverage as well with the existing infrastructure datasets and planned campaign data that is already foreseen. And this synergy, it's not only within ESA activities, but helps to leverage other entities outside in Europe or at the international level to make sure that we have the full representative data set and we can maintain it and also share it across the full community. The ESA will certainly act as a facilitator in many cases for the various proxy missions. We have, as you know, the third-party mission program. We have also the Copernicus contributing mission programs, and we'll look for synergies in these perspectives. We are, of course, in touch with many of the missions that are providing proxy data. If I think about hyperspectra from Prisma, EnMAP, DESIS, or even EMIT. There is already well-established coordination, and therefore ESA will facilitate this process as much as possible, ensuring coordination and synergies across the various projects as well. Now, into the procurement approach, there will be separate ITTs for the various enabling actions. So separate ITTs for the application science and new processing methods. The sharing and collaboration environment will be done in synergy with what Gunther just presented in terms of the environments of the reproducible open science environment, but also the application propagation Apex environments. So here I report the codes of those procurements. And the training will be done as well in synergy with the ones presented by Diego that are related to the larger perspective of the full comprehensive block for training and capacity development, and also in terms of tools. Each enabling action ITT, so for example, the application ITT or the science related one will have multiple topics and address multiple topics, and potentially also open for an open option type of topic, and will foresee the possibility for parallel contracts on each of this topic. The budget allocated per contract may vary from 300 to about 600k euros. And normally these will have a 2-year type of length. Most of the ITTs will be issued around September 2023. So this is something you can keep in mind in terms of chronology of events. And of course, this will have to be, you will see updates on these topics in the future let's say issues of calls and ITTs as they will be opened to competitive tenders. I move now to the first of this enabling action, which is the applications preparedness 1. The multi-missions application topics that we will target across 2023 and initiate through the ITT in September will be focusing on agriculture, ecosystems and biodiversity monitoring, soil management capacities, enhanced methane point sources capacities, forest management, resilient cities, critical infrastructures, minings and extractives. So just to give you, here you see, let's say at a high level, the type of, some examples of the topics within each of the applications ones. And in terms of relevance of the multi-missions, it will certainly be a very challenging approach. We will select and start from a few of these, as I mentioned. But here is just to provide you an example. And of course, as I mentioned, we will have to really make sure that we let's say, leverage on the existing representative datasets consolidation efforts. If I think about agriculture, all the GECAM network for the specific Chime ones, or the Aviris Next Generation campaigns, or also on the ground with the ICOS ecosystem thematic centers, or even from the NASA Ames simulated synthetic data with respect to the global hyperspectral, let's say, libraries that are done across the various ecosystem with a global mapping type of approach. So a lot of efforts that will be dedicated in these investments, but certainly very important ones that will spearhead the way towards the future operational applications and services that can be deployed by the European industry. At this point, I pass the floor to Diego.
Thank you, Giuseppe. So on the science side, we are trying to tackle a number of somehow priorities that we have gathered in the last months through several meetings, consultations with the scientific community. We will have 4 dedicated ITTs on different aspects of, let's say, the Earth system, etc. The first one is about the coming launch of Sentinel-5. There is not a CO2 algorithm already prepared for Sentinel-5. Later we will have CO2 incoming. So on this activity, we'll try to develop a dedicated CO2 algorithm for Sentinel-5 and later on to explore the potential synergies to use Sentinel-5 in combination for CO2 and for CO2. The other ITT will be dedicated to Sentinel-3 next generation, and in particular to exploit the fact that SWOT has been recently launched to have a series of studies and synergies about the potential to use this technology as part of the Sentinel-3 next generation constellation. Another activity will be dedicated to coastal areas. We will have a huge capacity in the coming years when the missions like CHIME and Sentinel-2 next generation will be launched, because they are planned to cover a wide set of areas, a wide set of distance from the coast, providing increased significant capability of optical data for coastal regions. So the thing that we are trying to do there is to use missions like MMAP or missions like PRISMA to make a throughout dedicated assessment, development and validation of a number of observations, products, to maximize what we can do in terms of retrievals for water quality, ocean biology, and coastal biology with the combination of missions like CHIME and Sentinel-2 next generation. This could even result also in some recommendations of proposed additional water vans in Sentinel-2 next generation missions. Finally, we will have another one dedicated to the polar regions. The polar regions will be particularly important, or will be some of those that will have a fantastic opportunity for new science and applications. We will have several missions covering the polar regions, offering enormous opportunities for synergies. So this study would look more at the combination of Sentinel-1, Roselle, CIMIR and Crystal to better characterize sea ice and to look at the opportunities to better look at the interplay between the sea ice extent, the sea ice deformation, the sea ice thickness, maybe including the potential to develop a kind of community model based on an open source approach to better understand the multi-mission different levels of interactions of different microwave frequencies and type of sensors with the sea ice environment. Next, please. Next, please, Giuseppe. Thank you. So another thing that we will do is actually, as I told you before, we are collecting a lot of different recommendations for specific products, specific algorithms to be developed, need for research in many different domains. So we will have also probably every year, still on top of a specific ITTs on a specific topic, we will have an open type of opportunity where we will include a number of priority domains that has been already identified through different consultations, and to select up to 5-6 for parallel studies to develop these specific algorithms. This year we are already collecting the type of initial priorities. Things can include issues like multi-frequency ice velocity for glaciers, multi-frequency SAR snow products, not only active but also passive, multi-frequency SAR studies for novel soil moisture products, or multi-missions, CHIMI, LSTM, or Sentinel-2 next generation for advanced vegetation products, etc. And don't forget that we still have this year a number of workshops to happen, quite important and relevant also for sub-developments like PollinSAR, Fringe, CSAR, and the International Workshop of High Resolution Thermal, where I'm pretty sure we will still collect many of these specific requirements for specific developments. So this is what we are preparing in terms of opportunities for 23, but more to come in the coming few years. Final one, Giuseppe? And also, as Giuseppe mentioned, we will dedicate also some capacity to somehow enlarge our training and education activities towards preparing for the Sentinel missions, for the new Sentinel missions. This will include the expansion, or to have some expansions to some of the tools that we already have. For instance, we plan to prepare or start preparing the expansion of SNAP to address type of data like IP spectral, passive, and other type of capabilities that we will need to prepare for these missions. Also, dedicated training and education activities, maybe try to addressing also the young scientists. As I said before, we will support postdocs also in this domain. It's very important that we start working with the young generation of scientists that later on will be the ones that actually will exploit these missions at maximum. We will also try to support, when relevant, the evolution of some of the virtual labs that we have, to also cope with some of the proxy missions that we are trying to exploit to somehow develop the capacity to prepare for the coming Sentinels. So this is, in overall, the first set of activities that we are preparing for science that complements what Giuseppe is more doing on the application development aspects. That's it, Giuseppe. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego. And I'll pass the floor now to Gordon.
Thanks, Giuseppe. Okay, so from the industrial competitiveness side, part of what Giuseppe was already planning in terms of the new application development with multi-mission data sets, that type of verification in advance of availability of the data. I mean, that's a sort of joint effort between us and them. You look at some of the domains are, things like mining and extractives are more industrial, and some of them more institutional. So we're and what we also have is a dedicated tender on, it's basically similar to what we're doing on the conventional already available data, but we're looking at developing in advance of the availability of the Sentinel data so that we're ready to go as soon as these data sets are available. We're not waiting for a 2-year ramp up or whatever. We're looking at developing and verifying new processing methods that would be addressing some of the priority Sentinel expansion data sets that are coming along. So it's really, having this industrial capability for a range of innovative processing enhancement methods for, in particular, the thermal infrared, the hyperspectral, and the L-band SAR, although some of the other data sets are clearly of core industrial use as well. We'll be looking at these as well. And they're in the methods for their integration with existing data sets, whether that's Earth observation or non-Earth observation data. It's not just the enhancement, we're also looking at AI-based methods for either the enhancement of these data sets or specific issues related to processing of these data sets as well. So again, I mean, things like super resolution for thermal data, neuromorphic processing for low contrast target or feature identification in thermal data, hyperspectral data, etc. Combination of spatial spectral structure extraction and stuff. So these sorts of methods, and again looking at industrialization of multi-frequency SAR methods, so multi-frequency InSAR pulsar, multi-frequency inverse SAR, multi-frequency microdoppler, etc. So really looking at how methods can be developed and tried out inside concrete application tests. So again, this is not a theoretical or a research algorithm development. It is take R&D capabilities and put them in an industrial setting and application context and get feedback from participating users on the utility of these. So it's an open competitive tender with diverse development lines in there. We look to start at least one activity per development lines, and again, it's 300k per contract there. And I think we're looking at realistically something like starting 6 parallel contracts. I think that's it from me.
Thank you, Gordon. With
Okay.
that, we conclude the slides and I pass the floor back to you, Yves-Louis.
Okay, so thank you. I think I can give it back to Gordon. I think we are going now to cover the new open call. Gordon, please. Perfect. I think we see the slide.
Okay, and you can hopefully hear me as well.
Yes, we can hear you. Just put them in presentation mode and that should be okay.
There we go. Okay,
Perfect.
so 10 minutes on the permanently open call. So those of you who've already been working with us over the last few years will know we've had a permanently open call since the start of, or since 2017. The open call mechanism was requested by member states, and I think it's important to bear this in mind when you think the main purpose of the open call is basically it's a structured way for you guys to have your new ideas and new opportunities or whatever addressed on a much more rapid time scale than what we were doing in the past. I mean, in the past, you would have an idea, you tell us or you tell your delegate, we try and have a discussion, figure out how it fits into our work plan, it then goes into our work plan for the next year, then we tender it, and it can be 18 months after you've had your first idea before we've got contracts in place. So this is a much more direct mechanism. You got an idea, we've got the call. It gives you the framework for doing a rapid verification of things like innovative proofs of concepts, etc. The scope is the entire activity spectrum of what we're doing in Block 4, so anything in Earth observation exploitation. That's important. We get a couple of contracts, we got a couple of proposals that we're addressing things like feasibility studies for new missions and stuff. I mean, we're not looking at that sort of paper type activity. It really, I mean, if you're not looking at some sort of Earth observation data exploitation within the activity and moving things forward there, then you're probably not in the scope of this. We're trying to make it as simple as possible. So there's a proposal template that we put quite a lot of effort into making it simple. So you submit that according to regular deadlines, which are every 4 months right now. And there's a sort of formal tender evaluation board review against the standard criteria, which are published as part of the open call package on ESA Star. And the main criterion up until now has been things like the innovation impact with respect to state of the art and the credibility of your technical solution. So as I said, up until now, we've had about 700 proposals received. We've had, I think it's 171 contracts started. So the average success rate overall is about 1 in 4, although that varies over country, domain, etc. We're seeing a consistently high quality of new proposal in each batch. So the problem there is, it means many good proposals aren't being selected. The average mark for a proposal that is being selected is above very good, which is above what we would normally get if you were winning a normal tender. So it's up until now it's been really competitive, and we're really trying to address that in the new open call by putting more money into the call so that we're able to select more proposals per batch. So that will hopefully ensure that we're not ignoring very good proposals in the original batch that they're submitted. Sometimes they can be resubmitted, but it's better if we can do things as and when they're these things are submitted. With the template and everything, we're seeing more or less the same success rate for people we've never heard of, we've never worked with before, as for the more experienced bidders. So we're going to keep this sort of simple template. It sort of levels the playing fields. We're seeing increasing success rate for resubmitted proposals. You propose one time, you're not selected, but we do a debrief, and on the basis of the debrief, a large percentage of the proposals that have been debriefed that are resubmitted are successful. What we're going to look for a mechanism for the new call, though, is we say, look, you can't just keep resubmitting until hopefully you're successful. It's you know, if you're not in scope or if you're not sufficiently addressing some of the issues by the first resubmission, then you know maybe there's something more fundamentally wrong with the proposal, and the whole thing should be restructured. Domain specific requirements for things like user engagement. We're trying to simplify that to a certain extent, because what we're seeing is certain proposals might be nothing to do with science exploitation, but they would be submitted under the science exploitation line because that line didn't require a letter of support from users, but the proposal itself wasn't really dealing with any sort of fundamental earth science issues. So I think we're going to basically, for the new call, we're going to insist that you should have letters of support if they are necessary for the credibility of your proposal. Okay, so if you're doing a sort of very early stage development activity and as a proof of concept, and it doesn't really make sense to go off and bug operational users with some particular aspect of microdoppler processing or something, that's fine. But if you're doing something where you really need to be pretty well engaged with the target domain, then you need to demonstrate that with letters of support from users. That's the type of thing we're thinking, rather than saying, if you're in this category, do this, if you're in this other category, do that. We've also we realised there's been a need for rapid communication and debriefing with unsuccessful bidders. I mean, that was taking us far too long in the past. We've progressively addressed this, and you know, thanks to the support from our procurement department, we're actually able to achieve a change in the rules that was blocking us from putting this for achieving this rapid communication. So now we can basically notify unsuccessful bidders at the same time as successful bidders, and that lets us do a debrief in time that if a resubmission makes sense, then you'll be able to do that. So that's all the sort of experience we've learned to date. In terms of the new call, so like I say, the scope of the new call is all elements of block 4 that you've seen today. So it's science, applications, industrial competitive ends, which is a bit like competitiveness but spelled differently, digital innovation, regional initiatives, sentinel user preparation, and foresight. So anything that's in block 4 is in scope. Okay, it's as simple as that. Nothing's out of scope, everything's in scope. And let's say the core is some sort of Earth observation data exploitation. If you're not exploiting Earth observation data, if you're doing something else, then you know, don't build stuff that doesn't do any exploitation. Don't do paper feasibility studies. It's really get your hands dirty and try stuff out. We're going to introduce two types of activity rather than just a normal a single type of activity. So we're going to maintain what we call the conventional innovative project as for previous calls. So it's basically more of the same, but we're also introducing a separate line, which is smaller, more rapid actions for things that are earlier stages of maturity. So these will be evaluated. This will be a really much more simplified proposal template for you to address, usually much earlier levels of maturity, and the evaluation is going to be much more much more the right thing in the right box. This is right, this is wrong. Oops, sorry. Let me go back to this. Sorry, lost the page. Yeah, much more rapid, but it's going to be for less money. I'll come to that later. We're going to keep the 3 submission batches per year, but we hope to have an increased number of proposals selected per batch, because we're going to have more money in the overall open call. We may include priority foci per batch in addition to the generic scope of block 4. So that might be if there's a particularly new sensor become available or a time limited issue. I mean, we've done that in the past. We said things like let's encourage you to submit proposals for something like COVID impact or whatever in the past. So it's not that these proposals would have any preference to the other ones. I mean, that's the same as it was in the past. But we would encourage you to think, look, we're looking for stuff in this. You know, if please, if you know, in particular, if you're not thinking of submitting something, but you do have something about this with respect to whatever priority we've identified, you know, think about putting something in for the next batch. Like I say, it won't impact the marking or anything. It's a way of focusing people's minds on the nature of the opportunity. And like I said, we will be ensuring the more rapid communication to unsuccessful bidders and the improved debriefing. Lastly, in the financial aspects, we're increasing the maximum value of the conventional projects to a maximum value of 200k per proposal. It used to be 150k up until now, but that was set in 2017-18. So I think, you know, it's increasingly difficult to fit enough impact into 150k, so we're increasing that to 200k. That also means you get a bit more scope to have an additional partner in there. And the rapid verification and testing exercise, these smaller, more rapid actions, the maximum value there is going to be 75k euro. It's a much more, you know, faster, cheaper, quick and dirty initial try it and see. With much more limited requirements from our side in terms of contextual information, etc. We are trying to simplify the proposal template a bit more as well, trying to reduce the amount of things like financial information that you have to provide to speed that up as well. That's currently a source of a little bit of internal argument and discussion, but you know, it will be simplified to some extent, hopefully as much as possible. Just some hints and tips to close with in terms of, because we see, you know, we see a lot of proposals. There's a lot of issues that come up on a regular basis, and I think, you know, just to highlight some of these in one slide. What we can offer as well, and what we've done in some countries, is we can sort of we do a sort of 1.5 to 2 hour walkthrough of how the open call works, how the template works, how we review good things to do, what are really stupid things to do, please don't do them, what are other things to bear in mind when you're submitting your proposal. So if there's, I mean, I see some national delegates in the audience, if you want us, if you've not had that for your country and you're interested, get in touch and we can walk through that. Stuff to remember, so the call is competitive, okay, so it's not like if you fill in something in the bit of the template that says what's the innovative content, that's it, you're compliant and you'll get a call. It's you know, why is your innovation content better than somebody else's innovation content? That's what you have to demonstrate, not the fact that this is innovative because I've filled in this part of the template. You really have to make it clear, and make it clear that, you know, your innovative content is more important and you know, more impactful than what somebody else has done. Other things we're looking at: do you demonstrate a good understanding of the problem areas to be addressed? If you are doing something innovative, okay, there's probably going to be we would expect there'll be a whole bunch of technical problems that are associated with that innovation. And the fact that you're able to do a proposal means you've thought of clever solutions to these technical problems. Okay, so the discussion of the problem areas that we want to see in the proposal isn't the normal project management problem areas. It is, these are the technical problems associated with this innovation. This is what we're going to do to solve them, and then we should see an elaboration of these solutions in the proposed technical development methodology that you're elaborating elsewhere in the proposal. So these three elements: the innovation, the problem areas, the solutions, and the technical methodology, should all be connectable and give us a warm, comfy feeling that this is innovative. These guys they know what they're doing. They know what the problems are. They've got good solutions, and the technical methodology gives us a degree of comfort that they're going to be addressed. You know, is the technical development methodology credible? Make sure you've explained that. And if you do need, if stakeholders are there to demonstrate credibility and some sort of hope of follow-on, etc., are they engaged, and are they engaged effectively? And make sure you're in the scope. Things to remember: if you're doing something on AI-based processing or whatever, AI doesn't mean magic happens, okay? So it's not, you know, we're going to use the deep learning-based whatever, and that's it. You still have to explain the technical aspects associated with your proposed development. So, I mean, you're going to have training data. You're going to have to be verifying your model. You're going to have to train your model, etc. So, you know, there's a whole bunch of difficulties that are still in there that are part of your technical steps. And if it's just, you know, if that information isn't there, we're not allowed to give you the marks. If the information isn't in the proposal, we can't give you the marks. I think the second point, which we see on a number of occasions, is you know, we don't expect you to do the work before you get a contract, but equally, we do expect some level of maturity of the concept. So, I mean, if your work package 1 is agree user requirements, and then work package 2 is elaborate a solution to the user requirements, none of the rest of the stuff actually is technically valid because you don't have the user requirements already. Now, we're not saying you have to do a dedicated user requirements analysis already, but you should have enough an advanced discussion with the target users or whatever, so that you can say this is the requirements we're trying to address. This is the target performance levels we need to achieve as part of the success of this activity, and these are the technical steps that we ensure that this is being addressed. If you don't have that starting point, then it's difficult for us to evaluate the technical content of your work. Thirdly, we put a page limit on the proposal, and one of the reasons to do that is, you know, trying to get you to focus on the actual technical stuff to be developed. Remember, I mean, your proposal will be reviewed by technical ESA staff, okay? And we're looking for the technical aspects. We're not venture capitalists. We're not technology journalists. So don't give us a whole bunch of you know, blah blah and buzzwords and whatever. I mean, you know, give us, you know, give us the technical information we're looking for in the proposal template, and we can give you marks. If you give us high level promises or you know, conceptual stuff or whatever, you know, we can't do anything with that. We can't give you marks. And the whole game is you need to get as much marks as possible. Let's say exploitation should be there. And remember, lastly, this isn't the only game in town. Okay, this is not the only funding opportunity. If you want to do something that is close to market commercialization, if there's not a massive element of innovation or technology risk, maybe the open call is not the right place. Maybe you should be looking at Incubed. Now, in case you do put something in the open call and it's really better suited than Incubed, we will have representatives from Incubed in the tender evaluation, so they can, so they'll be able to follow up. And so for commercial stuff, they say, okay, you know, you didn't make it in the open call, but you know, there are possibilities in Incubed or somewhere. So we will try to make sure that if, you know, if we do find things that aren't suitable, we can find a way, we can find the best place for these proposals and lead you to these other parts of ESA. But think about it from your own side to start with. I mean, just, you know, it's a bit of a roundabout way to get to the alternative funding opportunities. If the open call isn't the right place, you know, think about maybe, you know, Incubed or whatever for close to market stuff. It might be better. The open call is for innovative developments where, you know, there's a level of risk that you can't handle by yourself, and that's, you know, that's why you want the ESA in there. And lastly, just, you know, keep it simple, okay? Keep focused on. Whoops, that's not working. Yeah, you know, I mean, get some data, do something with it, make some products, you know, and see if, you know, or do something. See if what you want to do actually works and is useful, and people like it. Don't give. I mean, for 150 or 200k or whatever, you know, we don't want to see all of this. We don't think it's that relevant that we're putting an entire set of different OGC and whatever protocols all together, and we do one tiny little change map on a Landsat image or something. Okay, so get the balance right between the technical advance that we want to try and verify and all of the stuff that goes round about. All the stuff that goes round about, we can bring that in later. Really focus on the technical advance that you want to be looking at as part of the innovation. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Gordon. I think I'm handing over to Pierre-Philippe Mathieu from the Philab Division Explore Office. Pierre-Philippe, up to you. We hear you and we can see the slide. It's all good.
Perfect. So good afternoon, everybody. This is a presentation of the foresight subelement. This is a new subelement, which is also cross-cutting. It's quite modest, but the aim of it is to look at technological trends and to try to bring back this capability to the world of Earth observation. So you will see a lot of buzzwords in this presentation, but the buzzword of 5 years ago are actually mainstream these days, like big data and cloud. So it's really important to prepare for this. And we focus very little on what's happening tomorrow and the day after tomorrow in terms of time, but the value of it for what we do is very important because they will be transformative technology, if not disruptive. And you see here a few examples of what we have on the horizon. It's not only our roadmap, it's a roadmap from industry. So AI, of course, is the king of these technology, but you have also the fast internet coming, the blockchain that will enable the new generation of the internet to come and to have the internet of value. People also talk about the metaverse, especially the new generation, but we believe there is a big business to make there and it will change the way. And then there are different types of computings coming up between edge computing and quantum computing, which once they will be, let's say, mature, will totally change the way we do things today. So there is this convergence also of technologies, not only looking at technology per se, but the combination of it, the internet and the quantum will change the way we process data and we distribute them. The AI is connected to the blockchain for privacy, machine learning, etc. So what we do in this program is actually to look at this and their convergence to try to accelerate the insight into Earth observation. So our main focus is AI. We call it, in fact, augmented intelligence because it's not only the machine, it's the combination of machine and human. And what we are after is really understanding what's in the black box in order to increase the uptake of this. And this is very linked also to the computing because the software and computing are getting embedded, and we will be looking at new computing scheme and also at the evolution of connected object, connected environment, the Internet of Things, the way the data will be shared on the blockchain that will transform the business model of tomorrow. So I did these 3 categories with the team in order to, let's say, structure a bit our mind about the type of digital technology we will be looking after. And one of our objectives is to accelerate the new value chain of Earth observation with AI that you see here. It's a bit of a follow-up of AI for you. And we will address the different aspects of this, the data augmentations to enable the community to use this. The software aspects, you see a lot of parameter here. We will try to get understanding and explainability of this, and then the variety of application. And you also see that it's an iterative process. We will look at this. It's called MLOps. We also believing that there is a new era of computing in space, and the DG announced this at the last few weeks, and there was a call for proposal. And at the end of this month, we will review all the 12 projects that gave insight into how computing and AI can go to space. And this is transformative because it transforms a satellite into a kind of smartphone where you can upload apps. And the vision is that along the orbit, you could have different apps doing different things and reprogram the satellite. So it's really a kind of new way of doing things. It's a class of mission. I mean, it doesn't compete with science mission, but we are looking at this kind of technology. We call it edge computing. And on that note, we're also releasing new mechanisms like challenges, and I invite you to visit this platform. We did some challenges with optical data, with hyperspectral data for agriculture, with radar data also to monitor ice. And we have 2 challenges open right now. One is to embark your software on the FISAT-2, so you will be able to develop a concept there. And the other one is to do similar things, but on a hyperspectral sensor on the space station. So please visit this challenge. And I share also the little rap done by ChatGPT. Very cool stuff. And I'll come back to that. Because our vision is that with this technology and the convergence of technology, we are trying to build a kind of assistant for the data if you want to better understand the planet. and where each bot would have a different function so that it would give you very rapid insight. This is why we call it Accelerate Insight. And we believe that foundation models are at the heart of this. And they have become popular with ChatGPT, which is a language model that has been trained for chat, but now GPT-4 has just come out and already demonstrating huge performances. So these kinds of models, because they are big, they have emergent properties and also properties of putting different type of data together. And we will be looking at this, in particular, the intersection of language and vision into a big model that can then be declined into some specific model. So the three thematics I'm talking about will are here. You will see that we will focus a lot on explainability. Gordon mentioned it's not magic. Indeed, we need to understand what's in there. And we will also look at generative AI, which is what's happening right now with these large models. So the ITT has been structured along these families. You see them here. Most of them are on the trust and uncertainty. And we have also some study on the other elements. For example, we have a study open on the evolution of internet with blockchain and all this, let's say, opportunity of digital asset that becomes that have ownership on the blockchain and could create new business model with non-fungible tokens, things like this. So this ITT will help us draft a roadmap for these kinds of opportunities that are not on our radar screen, but will totally transform the way we interact with data with the Web3. We also believe that there is a big issue of annotating data, and we have been working on this with creating a new annotated data set. But one of the trends is in fact to generate the data with physics. We call it synthetic data, so that you are sure that you can annotate the right thing and you can generate it on demand. So we will issue an ITT next month on this with 2 studies. Coming back to the GPT storm and the real disruption it's created, we have already released an ITT on natural language in order to be able to search data with language, so understanding what's in the data, but we want to move to the next step with a large language model and really interact as a chat with these data. So we will release a 1 million ITT on this. We also want to have very rapid activity in terms of prototyping things. We call them research sprint. We have tested this in the past with a Frontier Development Lab. It's very successful, so we want to scale, and we'll have an ITT giving us this framework. We also look at what we call whitening the black box. So we will do an ITT with 4 contracts addressing understanding and interpretation of the data, causality aspects, video, and also the what I mentioned before, the ability to go through the value chain iteratively that we call MLOps. We will then also look at foundation model, not only for language, but also for other emergent properties with 2 contracts. And what we're after is really building this kind of digital assistant interface to our data with multiple small functionality. So you can retrain a large model with few data, it's called few shot learnings, and have a very good performance, for example, for segmentation. We will also support the vision of this computing going to space, where we have done a lot of activities with optical data. So we will do a bit more our focus on radar data. And we believe there is a huge potential there to have ultra low latency product from radar. We are talking to industry about this, and they see a big market there, in particular for user to know within a few minutes what's happening. We will also look at the trustworthy application related to climate products. We are talking to the climate office about this, and the opportunity, in fact, to bring the CCI data to another scale so that it would support other type of application like adaptation and mitigation through what is called in the climate community by downscaling, but in the AI community by super resolution. So we are looking into these challenges already, and there are a lot of issues in creating fake data. So we really need to put a kind of error bar on this. So this ITT will help us. Finally, metaverse, which is also a buzzword, but it's coming heavily. I mean, my kids are already in it heavily, through the ability to look at things with new visualization interface. So we will try to interact with the data in new ways, and we will do a little pilot projects on this. And finally, we are already exploring quantum computing, and we have seen there is a huge potential for rapidly training the algorithm, so it can go faster than traditional scheme. And there is a very good opportunity to have hybrid computing chain, where you have traditional methods for some part of the workflow and quantum for other parts. We are currently doing 2 studies on this to look at the potential, and this ITT will help transform this potential into use cases. Finally, there are opportunities to interact with ESA in general. I mean, Diego mentioned it, but also the PhilLab in particular. So we have these different schemes, and we invite also a lot of researchers to come here and to train on AI. And we have good success stories on our website. And we will put also in the ITT some work packages optional to help you guys to come to the PhilLab and pursue your research. And I'll stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre-Philippe. I think we have completed the set of presentation. Now it's time to answer the question we are having. So if all the presenters could put their video on, and maybe we can start with the first questions we receive. It's about the work we are doing in cities. Cities are facing major challenge in particular. Why not an ESA science cluster on cities? So maybe I think there are 2 questions on cities actually. So this first one, maybe I give it to Diego, and then the second part of the question can be covered by Giuseppe. In which activity, in fact, we saw that's covered by several elements. In which activity does ESA support SEO for urban area? So
Yes.
we start with Diego, maybe.
Yes, thank you. So it's true, in the science domain, we are not addressing that much urban aspects. This has been traditionally more an application domain. Still, we are launching this year a small study to address or to look for gaps in our science program, especially to look at aspects more related to the connections between the Earth system and human activities, also the potential scientific needs, really science needs for maybe Green Deal priorities and aspects that so far are not that much in the target of our science activities. So I can imagine that aspects like urban areas, like health, like more connections between Earth system and societal sciences may appear as a result of that study. So I'm pretty sure that in the future we could include, we will have opportunities to include also urban aspects more at the core of our science activities. That for sure, we have already several of those in the application domain, and maybe Giuseppe can complement what I say.
So indeed, we have done some key developments last year, during which we then also issued the World Settlement Footprint, which is looking at the full dynamics across decades of the urban extents and evolutions. So this was a key achievement. Just last year, we launched as well a project on informal settlement mapping in relation to the SDG indicators. And there are also projects ongoing currently on soil sealing activities. The urban perspective is actually more addressed from a more, let's say, policy aspect. So in the green transition, information factory, for example, we have specific scenarios in which we're looking at green cities. So we're looking at it from the resilient aspect of green cities. As I said, roofing from PV aspects, potentials, and capacity for sustainable energy production. Green roofing as well, responding to policies that are requesting, I think, also a certain level of shaded areas by greening with trees as well. Future cities, I think 10% by 2040, if I'm not wrong. And we are, for example, also contributing to and attending the upcoming JERS, which is the Joint Urban Remote Sensing event in May, and contributing to that as well. One element for sure that we will embrace and enhance will be the resilient cities applications aspects. We will probably organize a workshop toward the end of the year or early next year on this topic, and expand in close synergy as well with Gordon's activities, as he presented already in his presentation. So this is something that we will bring forward.
So Gordon, I think you can also give a quick answer.
Yeah, I mean, so we've got a dedicated line on, the next generation urban analytics. So, I mean, that's hopefully, that's really sort of, stimulate new analytic tools for cities, getting out of the old smart cities and basic land cover type thing, and let's get into proper multi-source data integration type applications. Also, I would encourage you to think about the use of things like the integration of Earth observation with agent-based models, and also the new the industrialization of the AI technologies. I mean, these will be addressing, or these could potentially be addressing issues associated with urban management, etc. And there's other actions like the establishment of best practices for the use of EO-based information products. Again, we could be open to consider a dedicated line if there's a sort of sufficient critical mass of demonstrated demand on something related to urban. So there's a lot of possibilities, I think, on the more applied side between myself and Giuseppe over the next 12 to 18 months.
Okay, thanks, Gordon. We've got an additional question for you on the open call. What is the next deadline for the open call? From Claire. Gordon?
Sorry, that depends how fast we can get it out, to be honest. So we're trying to get it out ASAP with a deadline. The faster we get it out, clearly the earlier we can have a deadline. And we're looking at a sort of hopefully a deadline around about at some point in May for the first one, so we can give you time to have a look at the new template, etc. But I think there's quite a lot of ideas bubbling under that didn't make the weren't really ready in time for the last deadline for the last call. So I think that, there's a lot of stuff already in preparation, I understand. So we try and get it out as soon as possible, and the deadline as fast as possible.
Okay. Thank you. I think the next question is for Pierre-Philippe from Antonio. How many projects are expected to be funded in the quantum and hybrid computing for you line? I hope you can see the question in the chat as well.
Yeah, only one project. It's 300K.
Okay. The next question is from Joshua. Can you confirm that all future EU participating states can be part of consortium for all projects? EU entities from non-EU participating states are supported in taking part in projects with an EU program focus. I don't know if Rune is with us, and they can.
I think this refers a little bit to the collaboration with the
RTD. Okay, you take it.
RTD. And I can confirm exactly that this is the case. All participant states of future EU of course, can participate and can be part of the consortiums with FutureEO. Also for entities that are non-EU participating states, this is an opportunity also to collaborate with EU Horizon Europe activities. So, of course, FutureEO is open to all FutureEO participating states. Okay, so this is to be super clear.
Okay. So next, I don't know if Rune, you want to add something, please.
If I may.
Yes.
Just to add one quick thing to what Diego was just saying, it is, of course, perfectly true that all the procurements that are listed here are open to all participating states, but there are geo-return constraints also, okay? So just people should be aware of this, that not all member states of the European Space Agency have contributed equally, or let's say according to let's say proportional to the size of the program to this round of the FutureEO program, which means that at some point there will be restrictions once we start to see that the funding that has been put in by the various member states start to exceed what let's say I should say differently, the funding that is being requested exceeds what the member states have put in, and then there will be corrections along the line. This is something that we need to do. We are obliged to do by the rules of this program.
Thank you for this clarification. Very, very useful. So the next question is the, I think it's addressed from Antonio. I think it's addressed to on the open call, I believe. How much time passes from the submission to the evaluation, and in case of positive assessment, to obtain the funds by ESA? Are there any restriction on the start date of the project? Gordon?
No, I mean, we need about, to do a proper evaluation, you know, it's difficult to get anything out. We need about 2 months to do a proper evaluation and start getting notifications out. It's difficult to do it faster than that because, you know, the point of the open call is you can propose anything. So, you know, we need to assemble a team of experts to review all of the proposals properly. So, you know, to ensure all the proposals are properly treated. This isn't, you know, since we're not expecting it, this is over and above everybody's planning. So we do need to allow that sort of time to properly address what's coming in. So faster than 2 months is really difficult. Restrictions on the start date of the project. I'm not sure what that means. I mean, if you're proposing something, we would expect you to be starting it more or less when you know when we're completed the negotiation. If you've not got the resources to start something pretty quickly, then wait for the next deadline. I would suggest if you're you know, there's not much point in going for an earlier deadline. We plan there'll be money for all of the submission deadlines, so it's not like the money's going to run out or anything. So when you submit, you should be ready to go within the next few months.
Okay. Thanks for that. The next question is from Michael. You are addressing different domains through a science cluster, application, enterprise, digital innovation, sub-foresight. It would be good to have a domain-specific overview, which activity are addressed through the different lines. The answer is yes. I think it's the first time we are tabling the work plan as we did today. So we can, there's different ways to present it. We decided to present it like that, so you can identify who was the main manager for each what we call element or action line. So the answer is yes. We can discuss further with you, Michael, and in a one-to-one meeting, no problem. I don't know if somebody wants to add to this, to my answer, but okay, next one. In the enterprise team, the embedding AO can focus on regional portfolio in Central South America. Are the regional partner going to be able to receive funding? If that is the case, is there a cap on the amount they could receive. Gordon, that's for you, this one.
We're not. I mean, the reason we chose these two regions is we see mechanisms for the for the partners from the non-ESA member states to have access to other sources of funds. So we would not expect to be funding partners from non-ESA member states using ESA funds.
Okay. I don't see any additional question coming in the chat, so I leave sometimes in case somebody has a burning question. I'd like to recall that we have the B2B meeting and one-to-one meeting with some of you. I think we have organized close to 200 of these meetings in the coming 1.5 days. Then there is one from Eric. Is the last open call already evaluated? It's again for Gordon.
Yeah, the results coming out more or less now. Sorry for that. It was a delay over Christmas. It was a bit of a nightmare, but it's sorted now.
Okay. Oops, they are coming now. There is one for Pierre-Philippe. Is the vision that the EO Foresight exploratory sprints be similar in nature to the few-week boot camps that took place in 2018 and 2019, Pierre-Philippe?
Could you just repeat the question, please?
It's in the chat, Pierre-Philippe.
You can see it in the chat. Maybe it's better if you can read it in the chat yourself.
Anyway,
It's from Sébastien Marcure.
Okay, I just heard some element of the question, so I will try to do reverse engineering. The vision that is built there is not coming out of the blue. It's based on a series of discussion during events of ESA like the FEE Week, space camps, but also with industry. So, at the end of this month, we have, for example, the series of projects that have come out of the discovery element regarding cognitive cloud computing in space. So there is a clear appetite of industry for this kind of new technology to be integrated in the new generation of mission. If I didn't capture fully the question because I cannot read the chat, please do not hesitate to ask. But there has been a process of understanding what are the trends and how to build on it.
Okay. Thanks, Pierre-Philippe. The next question is from Eric again on the winners of the last open call. Are they notified already? Just Gordon.
They will be notified very, very soon.
Okay. Now I have also to tell you, of course, you can still contact us by email, and if you have questions, now you know who is who and who is doing what in the team. So just to remind you as well that we will post the video registered today with all the presentation on the website EO for Society, and you should have the link was presented. Maybe I'll ask Doris if she can just put the link again in the chat, and then if we can stop there for the presentation and go to the info point we have organized. I think Berenice should be with us. And
yes, I am here.
So Berenice is going to speak about the new Copernicus data space ecosystem and give you an updated information on that. Up to you, Berenice.
Thank you.
At least I can see you and hear you. That's why not the presentation yet, but it should come.
So start. Well done. I'm sorry. it's coming. I don't know if there's an issue with the loading of the file. Do you see it?
Yes. So if you go in presentation mode, should work fine.
Is it correct this way, or do you see it?
Yes, it's right. It's right. Perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to give you an overview of the new Copernicus data space ecosystem. So the Copernicus data space ecosystem is an EU-funded service. It is the new Copernicus Earth observation data distribution platform built on data, services, and application. Evolving from the Copernicus Open Access Hub and the DIASys, it gives access to all data, Earth observation data, in one single place, ensuring continuity with the previous distribution platforms and improvements with new features. So the main principle of the Copernicus data space ecosystems are to contribute to building an attractive European solution to access and process Copernicus Sentinel data, provides users with a long-term perspective, building trust, and unlocking the potential of Sentinel data, with the aim overall to support European industry in developing high-quality, competitive operational services. We will now have a look at the main features of the Copernicus data space ecosystem. So it is a data distribution service combined with advanced processing APIs and services, and it provides cloud resources. It offers open and free services under fair use policy, together with adjustable capacity and performance. Overall, this builds an open ecosystem composed of public services, which will be complemented with extended commercial capacity, allowing third-party services deployments and federation capabilities. The users will, via the ecosystem, the data space ecosystem, be able to have immediate access to all Copernicus Sentinel data and CCM core datasets. So building an open ecosystem, what does it mean? So as we said, it's an open and free service with configured operational data capacity. With configured, we mean, for instance, number of downloads per users of parallel download per users will be configured. It will evolve. It may evolve based on user scenario evolution and needs, with an extended and open and free capacity. Again, depending on the user scenario evolution, we will adapt the open and free capacity. For large-scale use of the platform, commercial models will be available by third-party operators. In such case, direct agreement between the user and the third party will have to be implemented. And the ecosystem is also complemented by the deployment of third-party services with their own identity and governance, allowing a full ecosystem for the users' exploitations and analysis of your data. So the portfolio of the ecosystem will be the following: all Copernicus Sentinel user level data from Sentinel-1, Sentinel-3 LAN, Sentinel-2, and Sentinel-5P, together with Sentinel auxiliary data, the Copernicus core datasets, including the digital evaluation models, the contributing missions core datasets, as well as the Copernicus Sentinel expert data. As in the past, all Copernicus Sentinel user level data and the Sentinel auxiliary data will be available open and free, whereas third-party data may be limited with the licensing regimes or access restrictions. Now, if we look at the life cycles configurability of the data space ecosystem in comparison with what we currently have with the Data Hub baseline. So currently all Sentinel data are available on the Data Hub baseline with immediate access for all data with a sensing time below 6 months, whereas data older than 6 months are provided with a deferred access. With the Copernicus data space ecosystem, all Sentinel data will be immediately available with a worldwide coverage and the full mission timeline. And a very limited number of data will have a deferred access. Together with the immediate access, some on-demand capabilities will be available, allowing the refresh data with the latest processing baseline. Overall, this allows a trade-off between storage volumes, access performance, and on-demand capacity, according to the ever-evolving user scenarios and needs. The ecosystem will offer a wide range of services and APIs, allowing easy data discovery and download, data visualization, streaming, and processing. Together, there will be other services such as traceability, cloud resources availability, and federation and onboarding. All further information can be found on the web page for which you have the web and the links on the presentation. All these tools will allow full flexibility for users to access and process their data, maximizing the efficient data analysis and exploitation while minimizing the download needs. So, for instance, for data discovery and visualization, the Copernicus browser will be available. APIs for discovery and download will continue to be available with new features as well. So we have an OData, OpenSearch, S3 stack. Other APIs for streamline access and data analysis are available without need for download. And with that, we will have Sentinel Hub, OpenEO, and JupyterLab. And as I said earlier, on-demand processing capabilities will be available for all ESA Copernicus Sentinel 1, 2, 3, level 1 and level 2 data processing. And these capabilities will be complemented by additional third-party on-demand processing capabilities depending on the user needs. So the Copernicus data space ecosystem provides a useful tool to benefit a wide range of users, from institutions, individuals, researchers, and businesses. It used to be in the past various user groups used to have a different entry point to the hubs on various hubs. With the data space ecosystem, one single entry point will be available for the various different user group, and which will maintain their configured capacity. For what concerns the timeline, so the Copernicus Data Hub service has been in operation since 2014. In order to allow service continuity and a smooth user migration from the previous platforms to the new platform, the Data Hub service will remain fully available until the end of June 2023. It will be followed by a ramp down until the end of September 23, and with a full discontinuity planned for September 2023. This gradual phase-in has the objective to, as I said, allow service continuity, a smooth user migration, and to allow all users to have time to migrate to the new platform. The new service will be is planned for 6 years, and potentially with an option for an extension for an additional 4 years. The roadmap for this phase-in is available publicly on the web portal. And the key milestones are the following. So we had January 2023 was the release of the Copernicus data space ecosystem. The key milestone were for the users is July 23, as the Copernicus data space ecosystem is continuously evolving with new data and features. So in July, the majority of the services will be available. Users will have access to the full archive of the Sentinel missions, complementary datasets, open datasets, access to commercial data and processing APIs, as well as the access to the Jupyter Lab and Marketplace. I would like to conclude this presentation by giving credits to the industrial team that is in charge of this of the Copernicus data space ecosystem delivery. It is composed of T-System as a prime contractor, Cloudflare, Synergize, Vito, and DLR, Acri, and RIR. So here is the web page, the URL to access the web page. And for any issue or request for support, do not hesitate to contact the help desk at the email provided on the presentation. And obviously stay tuned on our web portal news. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Berenice, for this briefing. And I think we can conclude this session, this EOInfo Day. There are a lot of information to digest. Everything is being posted. We are going to talk to you in the B2B. I'm just asking Rune if he wants to say a last word on if he's still connected. Yes, please, Rune.
I am still here. Business is starting in Colombia,
Yes.
but yes, I just wanted to say one thing is that I hope you agree that you have seen a very varied cross-section of activities across Block 4 EO4 Society. You have seen that there is plenty of opportunities, plenty of ideas to and ways to interact with us. And you will see, according to the plans that were presented, all of these activities being presented in due course, and we are looking forward to very active participation, very vivid, let's say, further construction of the Earth observation program in ESA and worldwide. And basically, that's it. I mean, we have something great going here, and we are going to continue to work on it all together. And that's the vision that we all have, is that the EO4 Society is continuing to work on its impact on society in all areas of society, the science part, the applications domain, industry, and the digitalization of society, the greening of society, all of these things. And here we have the instruments to do so. And I just hope to see many of you coming out with ideas, concrete proposals, and also in a competitive spirit, obviously, competitive and collaborative at the same time. And with that, I'd like to thank you for this, and also like to thank my colleagues for preparing all of this, because it is a big piece of work to put together the plans and to present this in a way that that's easily digestible for everybody. You already said it, that there is a lot to digest here, and for that reason we also make the presentations available. And I believe also the entire meeting is recorded, if you really want to go back and have a look again at everything that was said. So with that, thank you to everybody, and let's go.
Meeting is closed. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.